Good morning and welcome to the April meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. I'm presiding over the meeting in place of Lisa Wainger because she cannot be here today. She'll participate remotely though. So I would like to call the meeting to order and provide an overview of the public comment process. Who does that? Oh, it's on the board. To provide an oral comment, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or email to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. The meeting clerk will call you when it is time to provide public comment. Please also send any written comments to this account and indicate if you would like to have it read by the clerk at the meeting. So first, we will take a roll call of members present in person to establish a quorum. So, Virginia.
Good morning. I'm Virginia Dale, and I have no new declarations.
Tanya.
Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
Tom.
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
Anna.
Anna Mikulak, no new declarations.
Bob.
Bob Nyman, no new declarations.
Obi.
Jayanta Besekar, no new declarations.
Kenny Rose, no new declaration.
And I'm Inge Werner, and I have no new declarations. Next, we will take a roll call of members attending remotely. When called, please also state if there's anyone age 18 or over present in the room with you. If so, please state the general nature of your relationship with any such person. So I'm calling Lisa. Is she
Hi,
there?
Lisa Wainger, and my only declaration is that I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person. And I can tell you that there are no people over the age of 18 in the room at the moment, but it's possible my husband, Gordon Rush, may enter the room at some time.
All right, and we will wait a little bit longer for Diane. She will be here in a few minutes. So I'll hand over to Edmund for housekeeping.
So in the event of evacuation, everyone should remain calm and take all your belongings, and we'll take the nearest exit out of the building. Staff will be relocating to 1615 9th Street in case of emergency, and the public is welcome to join. And as a friendly reminder, there is no food or beverages allowed in any of the second floor meeting rooms. And that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. So I'll give an overview of the agenda. We're here to discuss ongoing reviews. In addition, we will hear from our new and outgoing staff, from Margot Mattson, who is sitting to the left of me, the new California Sea Grant State Fellow. She will provide an overview of her past research, areas of interest, and what she hopes to get out of her work with the Delta ISB. And Dr. Lillian McCormick and Dr. Christine Grace Capugua, I'm sorry, I scrambled that one, will reflect on what they learned from their work as Delta ISB postdoctoral scholars, including their independent research. Are there any public comments at this point?
There are none.
All right, agenda item 2. We will get the Delta ISB Chair's report and business matters. So I'm handing over to Lisa at this point.
Thank you, Inga. I have a fairly brief report, so this won't take too long. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. So first up, I wanted to let folks know, I'm sure many of you already do, that the Interagency Ecological Program, or IEP workshop, is tomorrow from April 23rd to the 25th. And the council has a meeting on Thursday, April 25th. So a busy week. The IEP workshop is free and open to the public, and we're looking forward to hearing from Bob Nyman and Lillian McCormick, who'll be giving a presentation at that workshop on the food webs review. And staff are also planning to present a poster at the IEP workshop on the subsidence review. And that poster was also presented at the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration that occurred from April 14th to 18th. At our next ISB public meeting in May, we'll have a discussion and reflection on the IEP workshop and any comments received on those two reviews. And also in the news, I will present an update on the board's activities to the Delta Stewardship Council on this Thursday, April 25th. Folks may be interested to know that the State of the Estuary Conference has been rescheduled to May 28th to 29th of 2024 at the Oakland Scottish Rite Center, because the previous conference center was not ready. Staff will be doing a poster presentation on our monitoring enterprise review at this conference. So that ends all the conference updates. Next up, remember everyone that we need to elect a new chair-elect, because on September 1st, Inga Werner will become chair and Lisa, me, will become past chair. As Steve Brandt used to say, I will join the coveted past chair position. So anyone interested in serving on the chairship, please let staff know. And if we don't hear from you, you'll be hearing from us. Okay, next item. So now we get into some substantive stuff. Since the last public meeting, Drs. Michalak and McKnight addressed the Delta ISB comments and submitted the comment letter on the cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom monitoring strategy for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And I know this is a topic of great interest to many folks. The Delta ISB found that the strategy provides a good review of the many environmental drivers impacting the occurrence and severity of CHABs, that stands for harmful algal blooms, and cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms, and of current programs that monitor CHABs in the Delta. The draft strategy also provides a valuable overview of the heterogeneity of conditions across the Delta system as they pertain to the incidence and severity of CHABs. However, as always, the Delta ISB noted several elements that could strengthen the draft strategy and encourage the authors to consider incorporating those elements as they prepare the final version of the strategy. And I won't go through the letter because we discussed it last time, but for example, the draft strategy is general and perhaps not sufficient for forming the basis of a detailed monitoring plan. So the phased approach for developing and implementing the strategy over a 5-year period seems to be somewhat mismatched with the rapidly increasing frequency and severity of CHABs. And we felt there was a general urgency to address the extremely high concentration of toxins that have been observed in some locations in the Delta. And the full comment letter is posted on the Delta ISB's products webpage, and a copy is also part of your meeting package. Last up, since the last public meeting, the Delta ISB received the following public correspondence, which is part of your meeting package. From California Water Research, we received some update comments on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan related to recreation beneficial use. And I did take a look at those, and I appreciated the summary of, there were hearing minutes and also a summary letter from 2023 that discussed that topic. And I thank them for sharing that. And at this point, I'll just check, are there any public comments?
There are none.
Okay, great. Well, then, if it's okay with the chair, I'll just transition into the next item, agenda item 3, which is the Delta, is that an okay? Delta Lead Scientist Recruitment Update. So we've been talking a lot about this. The Delta Stewardship Council, in partnership with the U.S. Geological Survey, is in the process of recruiting the next lead scientist for the Delta Science Program, whose term will begin in the summer of 2024. The Delta Lead Scientist is appointed to the Delta Stewardship Council after consultation with the Delta ISB, pursuant to Water Code Section 85280B. On March 22nd, 2024, the Delta ISB met in a duly noticed closed session to consider a recommendation after the conclusion of the interview process. And the panel identified by unanimous vote Dr. Lisa Marie Wyndham Myers as the preferred candidate to recommend to the council for consideration for the appointment. Since the meeting, I contacted Dr. Lisa Marie Wyndham Myers to confirm if she was still interested in being recommended for the appointment. And since she was, I drafted a letter of recommendation to the council. I plan to present this recommendation to the council on who it should appoint as Delta lead scientist at the council's Thursday, April 25th public meeting. And at this stage, I would like to conclude the service of the Delta lead scientist interview panel and thank everyone for their participation. Inga and Bob were key members and we appreciated their efforts. And at this point, are there any public comments?
There are none.
Great. Okay, well then I hand it off to you, Inga.
Thank you, Lisa. We come to agenda item 4, which is the report of the Delta Stewardship Council Chair and Executive Officer. So I welcome Jessica Pearson and hand it over to her and her staff.
Good morning.
Back.
It's nice to be here with you in person. Thank you for having me. See if I can. That. And I want to say welcome to Margot. It was nice to have you on our DPIC tour. So I'm going to start with an update on council leadership. At our April 12th meeting, the Delta Stewardship Council unanimously elected Councilmember Julie Lee as our new chair and Councilmember Gail Miller as our vice chair. Chair Lee's leadership position took effect immediately, and pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, she may serve in that capacity for no more than 4 years. As a reminder, Julie was appointed by Governor Newsom in March of 2022 and Gail in March of 2024. So I'm looking forward to working more closely with Julie in her new role. And last week, we issued a news release that includes more details, including bios for the 2 members. If you're interested in that, it can be found on our website, deltacouncil.ca.gov, under latest news. I also want to express my deep gratitude to our former chair, Virginia Medueno, who I know you all enjoyed working with, and thanks to you for your kind words at your last meeting. So we're working on getting all the appropriate meeting dates for Chair Lee's calendar, and so expect to see her in this slot soon. Next, I'm going to speak to the council's annual priorities. At the February council meeting, our executive staff presented the council's then proposed 2024 priorities, which we've been organizing under a 3-part framework. 1 is implement the Delta Plan. 2, advance the unifying mantra of One Delta, One Science. And 3 is enhance engagement and outreach. So much of our work in 2024 is going to be focused on finishing up what have been multi-year collaborative planning, policy, and science efforts. These include our tribal and environmental justice issue paper, our Delta climate adaptation strategy that we're calling Delta Adapts, a routine 5-year review of the Delta Plan, and we're also soliciting, reviewing, and awarding approximately $6 million this year in Delta Research Awards, among other activities. Additionally, core council functions, including ongoing covered action consultation and regulatory review, holding myriad workshops and organizing peer reviews, and of course, the unsung administrative functions that it takes to make our work happen continue to be central to our organization's success and our daily efforts. And then speaking of Delta Adapts, the Delta Stewardship Council hosted a draft adaptation plan workshop on March 1st of 2024 to discuss climate adaptation strategies for the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh, including high priority actions. We also featured perspectives from entities that will be responsible for implementing these strategies. And we began an early stage discussion of how to finance adaptation. Feedback received during that workshop is being considered as we finalize a draft adaptation plan, which we hope to release soon for a 60-day public comment period. And then we hope to finalize the plan itself by the end of this year. When the draft is released, Jeff Henderson and Morgan Chow of my staff will make a presentation at one of your public meetings. Finally, as Dr. Wainger mentioned, the council is convening this Thursday in Oakley at the Oakley Recreation Center for our monthly meeting. On the agenda will be the consideration of the appointment of the Delta lead scientist. We'll also hear a presentation from the ISB on your activities, a presentation on the council's 5-year review efforts, and a presentation from Metropolitan Water District regarding activities and future plans on the islands that they own in the Delta. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Amanda Bowl to report out on our April 15th Delta Plan Interagency Spring Gathering, because spring gathering sounds a lot more inviting than government interagency meeting.
Yes. Thank you, Jessica, and good morning, ISB members. Also with us today is our executive fellow, Minachi Odayapan. We participate in, or are lucky enough and fortunate enough to be selected to participate from year to year in the governor and Sac State's executive fellowship program. So Mina is our executive fellow this year, so she'll be co-presenting this short presentation to you to just let you know what we covered at our meeting last week. So I think next slide, please. Since we do have some new members since I presented last, I just want to give a super quick overview of DPIC, just to remind folks. So DPIC was created by the Delta Reform Act, like the Delta Stewardship Council. The council was charged with establishing and overseeing a committee of agencies responsible for implementing the Delta Plan. So to visually understand DPIC, this graphic showcases the interconnected nature of the 18 DPIC agencies, the 2 subcommittees, the Restoration Subcommittee and the Delta Agency Science Work Group, and then the co-equal goals. So currently, DPIC is made up of state and federal agencies. DPIC gathers 2 times a year, generally in the spring and in the fall, really to try and help facilitate collaboration for a healthy Delta. And DPIC most recently gathered last Monday on the 15th. So I'll turn over to Minachi now, who will provide a recap of last week's meeting.
And can you guys hear me? So as Amanda mentioned, DPIC met last Monday in Stockton to discuss environmental justice. The meeting was chaired by Contra Costa County Supervisor, Delta Protection Commission Chair, and Councilmember Diane Burgess. The meeting started off with a tour by the Little Manila Rising nonprofit and member of the council's environmental justice expert group. Little Manila Rising provided a tour of the Little Manila Historic District and the Edible Schoolyard Community Farm. During the tour, attendees were able to listen to members of Little Manila Rising about EJ issues within Stockton and see how planning decisions have affected the community. So the picture to the top right shows Councilmember Burgess kicking off a tour in the Little Manila Historic District, and the picture on the bottom is a group picture taken at the Edible Schoolyard Community Farm. Following the site tour, Amanda and Morgan Chow provided an update and overview on the council's tribal and environmental justice issue paper, which we're planning to release in mid-June for public review. Next slide, please. So following the site tour in the morning, the bulk of the afternoon focused on the draft cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy for the Delta, which I believe you've discussed before. After hearing about the genesis of the strategy itself, and the feedback received during the public comment period, DPIC endorsed the draft strategy in concept. DPIC afterward heard updates on the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee and a recent salinity management workshop. Next slide, please.
Great, thank you, Minachi. So just to give you kind of a update on kind of what we've got planned for the rest of this year, DPIC will gather again on October 28th, location and topic to be determined still. But we do anticipate partnering the meeting with the site tour in the morning, and the DPIC leaders are really enjoying that. Staff is enjoying putting them together, and it's just kind of a nice way to get out into the communities. We are also already working on the Delta Crosscut Budget Report, which we generally report. We generally bring that report to the ISB as well, so I anticipate bringing that to all of you in the fall. We're also adding something to this year's Crosscut Budget Report, which will be a comparative analysis of science funding and other systems throughout the country, maybe even within California, which is something we haven't done since 2016. And then finally, do anticipate that the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee will meet at least one more time this year, maybe twice, and then we might also pull together a restoration forum again as well, which brings together restoration practitioners and locals to answer questions and just get updates on restoration efforts in the Delta. And the picture you see here is from the restoration forum that we held last November at the Ride Hotel. So with that, happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions?
I have a question for Jessica. Yeah, you mentioned the adaptation plan. Could you put a little more meat on the bones and
Sure. This is an effort that grew out of, I believe, our last 5-year review of the Delta Plan, and it's been underway for almost 3.5 years now. So it's prepared in 2 stages. The first was essentially a climate vulnerability assessment for the Delta, and that was completed about 1.5 years ago. And then based on the risks that were revealed in that first phase, we've begun developing with most of the agencies that are in the DPIC a list of strategies that would help us adapt and respond to those climate risks and vulnerabilities. And so those focus groups to develop those strategies have been meeting for over 18 months and perhaps longer. It's finally starting to come together. And so those drafts, the draft strategies were previewed at our last meeting. And then hopefully that complete draft will be released here within the next 30 days, and that will kick off a 60-day review period. And so we're looking at things like flood risk. We're looking at things like, heat impacts to local communities. We're looking at obviously water supply reliability and ecosystem impacts. Impacts to sustainable ag in the Delta and strategies to encourage sustainable ag in the Delta, subsidence reversal. So all topics that are familiar to the ISB.
are you presenting alternative strategies or are these specific strategies?
They're specific strategies, yeah. Each chapter contains a list of strategies to respond, collective list of strategies to respond to the vulnerabilities that have been identified.
Okay, my last question is, how far into the future is this looking?
I wish I had Jeff here. I think we're looking at 50 years.
Here?
Yeah. But I reserve the right to come back and refine that response.
Okay. So there are more questions. Thank you, Jessica. There's another question from Bob.
Jessica, will there be a report card that comes out from the previous plan as to how well the previous plan or the existing plan, I guess, how well it's met its objectives or goals?
So thank you for asking that. In our Delta Plan 5-year review, I hesitate to call it a report card. That term actually has a bit of loaded history in the Delta. But we're relying on our performance measures that we've established for the Delta Plan. And we do select some of those performance measures that we have the most data for. And then we have kind of a red light, yellow light, green light indicator of whether we are, approaching the target set in the Delta Plan performance measures, or whether we're behind on those efforts, or whether we're making, moderate progress in those efforts.
And when will that be available?
Well, the presentation that's happening at the council meeting this Thursday will hopefully, I think, precedes the release of the draft by about 30 days. So I think or actually maybe sooner than that. So within 2 to 4 weeks after that meeting, we will have a draft 5-year review.
Good, thank you.
More questions, Obi?
Yeah, I was wondering if this climate adaptation strategies, is there a report that we can read or is it premature?
Yes, no, as soon as we release the draft, we will be bringing it to the ISB and making a presentation. So we would certainly encourage your review and comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone, we will be having a presentation on the Delta Adapt review. Do we know what month, Edmund? Yeah, once it becomes public for public comment, we're planning to have Jeff Henderson and Morgan Chow present to you at the following ISB meeting. So if you want to comment on it, this is another opportunity for you to do so. But we've been coordinating with them on what the timing is best for them for making that presentation to you.
Yeah, and on a similar note, Delta Plan 5-year review, we're also coordinating a presentation to the board for discussion.
Right, which will include the performance measures that Jessica just talked about.
Thank you for that. More questions?
Yeah,
So in terms of the adaptive management approach for the Delta, when we see those performance metrics and how well they're achieved, we'll be really interested in seeing how adaptive management is being changed in response to that.
Right, yeah, there will be a set of recommendations that comes along with that report that's responsive to what we've learned from the performance measures. It's a little challenging because we still feel like we're early in the performance measurement, data gathering stages. And that's why we've selected just a few performance measures to really dig into where we had the most data. So some of our recommendations also include where we need to better, collect or monitor data in order to get the information we need to see if the Delta Plan strategies are being effective for us.
Excellent.
Has another question.
Yeah, it triggered another question. We have 2 reviews going on right now. Silence review, deep uncertainty, that would seem to be very relevant to the adaptation. And I guess my question is more to the board than to Jessica. It seems like those 2 need to be plugged into this.
Yeah, I think that's happening. It could always happen more perhaps, but as you know, the staff that support you are pretty well integrated in some of these efforts across our agency. So I'll check back to make sure that's happening, but my understanding is that is happening. Those connections are being.
Yeah, I think it's really important that they be coordinated because otherwise the recommendations are
Certainly.
really not that useful.
Certainly.
Right, thank you for those comments. Any other questions, comments? We don't have any. Do we have any public comments?
There are none.
Right, so we're almost on time now. Agenda item 5 is also a presentation by Margot Mattson, our new California Sea Grant State Fellow. And she will be talking about following the current from the sea to the delta. Margot, I'm handing over to you. Oh, no, I
Wonderful.
have to give some background. Margot Mattson, our new fellow, will provide an overview of her past research, areas of interest, and what she hopes to gain from her work with the Delta ISB. This California Sea Grant State Fellowship Program provides a unique educational opportunity for recent graduate students who are interested in marine, coastal, and/or watershed resources and in the decisions affecting those resources in California. She will be helping me as well on exploring the scope of a potential review on contaminant monitoring and assessment in the Delta, which may involve organizing seminars, panel discussions at ISB meetings, a literature review, and other tasks. She will also help finish up the manuscript on the monitoring enterprise review to submit to a peer-reviewed journal that was started by the Delta ISB postdoctoral scholars. Virginia Dale, who was a co-lead on the monitoring enterprise review, and I will serve as Margot's mentors on completing the draft. Based on her other interests, she can also provide support on other Delta ISB activities if she has free time. Now we're coming to the presentation. It is intended to help us learn about Margot's interests to help us tailor this fellowship. Please go ahead, Margot.
Wonderful, thank you, and nice to meet you all. As I mentioned, my name is Margot Mattson, and I'll be the California Sea Grant Fellow for the 2023-24 or 24-25 year. You can go ahead and advance that in. So a little bit of background about me. I'm originally from California, from Mount Shasta, California, so right at the top of the Delta watershed. I've always loved working outdoors. I used to work as a stream surveyor for monitoring fish use in Oregon, and that led me to want to study biology. So I got my Bachelor of Arts from Pitzer College, which is one of the Claremont colleges, and really focusing on ecology, biogeography, and sustainable agriculture during that time. But as I was thinking about these sort of complex sustainability issues, at university, I realized I really wanted to work with people. And I thought that to understand environmental issues in a global context, it was going to be important to involve sort of the human aspect to reach our sustainability goals. So for the next 4 years after finishing my undergrad, I worked for a few different international NGOs or non-governmental organizations, primarily one in Tanzania, where I was doing women's microfinance work and mobile health clinics with an organization called Maasai Partners. I later went to Mexico to do permaculture, sustainable agriculture, and community development with Playa Viva, where I was able to learn Spanish and learn more about Latin America. And lastly, I participated in the Princeton and Latin American Fellowship, which selects students to work with NGOs based in Latin America. And I was placed with OSA Conservation, doing creating a biological corridor between two national protected areas and national parks in that region. And this was an interesting organization because it combined conservation with scientific research. And it really motivated me to want to return to school and receive my Master's of Science degree from the Geography Department at San Diego State University in Watershed Sciences. And at San Diego State University, I was able to kind of develop my research interest, both in what I would like to study and what methods I found most interesting. And so I focused mainly on using remote sensing, trying to understand the data that we were getting from satellites in the context of the place with the history of this region, and wanting to do applicable work that could sort of help inform policy management decisions focusing in Latin America. And my broad sort of topics of research interest was really focusing on documenting and monitoring environmental change and identifying pressures that were causing change in systems, seeing how people were adapting to those changes and what effect it was having on them, and trying to investigate this kind of interaction between people, policy, and ecosystems to see how we can think about it in a more holistic way. And so these research interests were really kind of shaped by three key experiences that I had during my master's, or during and after my master's thesis or master's degree at San Diego State University. And so one was my thesis research that I did in collaboration with my advisors. One was a international research experience for students in Guayaquil, Ecuador. And the third was an open study research fellowship in Colombia. And so for my master's thesis at San Diego State, I used satellite imagery to map wetland change in the Colorado River Delta region. So this is a picture of my brother helping me with some field work in 2023 in what used to be a wetland in the Colorado River Delta region. And as you can see, there's no longer water in this area. And so this was an interesting case because we were looking at the Andrade Mesa wetlands that you can see outlined in black here that are located just south of the US-Mexico border, near the Imperial Valley agricultural land and within the binational Mexicali Valley watershed. And these wetlands were suspected to have formed around 1930s when there was the creation of the All-American Canal that you can see lined in orange and blue in this image that would move water from the Colorado River on the US side of the border to agricultural and urban centers in California. And this unlined canal is basically just a ditch through these sand dunes was causing the recharge of the Mexicali Valley water or aquifer that resulted in the kind of surface expression of this aquifer and ponds and increased vegetation that was providing really important habitat in the Colorado River Delta region that over the past 100 years has experienced lots of wetland loss. It used to be this expansive braided wetland system. And these off-channel wetlands provided stopover points for migratory birds and also habitat for local endangered species. But between 2009 and 2012, the orange section of the All-American Canal was lined with concrete, effectively cutting off recharge to the Mexicali Valley aquifer. And so you can see a pond from a photo taken in 2012. And then when I went out to do field research in 2023, it's not the exact same location, but this was a pond that had then dried up and been replaced by this evaporite crust. So our research was using Landsat imagery with spectral end member fractions in order to understand how we can see change in surface water and vegetation over time. And so we use both linear and nonlinear data dimensionality reduction techniques to try to find clusters in the data that were going to represent sort of geographically significant features in the landscape in order to understand these unique patterns of change. And so we were able to identify unique ponds and see how they were changing the timing of drying over time in both the surface water and the vegetation spectral end member fractions. And we saw, in addition to sort of being able to parse those out, that surface water was showing a pretty immediate change or response to the lining of the canal, where with vegetation, we saw more of a shift in vegetation species composition. So shifting away from grasslands and more towards like creosote and mesquite species. So the second experience was an international research experience for students hosted by Arizona State University and ESPOL, which is a university based in Guayaquil, where we were looking specifically to understand the application of nature-based solutions in informal settlements. So one of the big questions that this research group had was, can nature-based solutions work in informal settlements? And we were working in the city of Duran, which is a sister city to Guayaquil, so right along the Guayas River Delta region. And the informal settlement was called Cinco de Junio. At the bottom of the slide here, you can see how it used to be a mangrove in the 1980s that was slowly deforested and refilled with sediment so that residents could build more permanent homes there. And so because of it being such a low-lying area without any official infrastructure, they suffered from chronic flooding. So one of our questions was, can we implement nature-based solutions to address flooding in this area? And there hadn't been much connection or involvement of the local community in this area. So first, our specific research question was, what are the perceptions of residents of environmental risk? And what are perceptions of nature that they have? And this was a vulnerable community because they had lots of exposure to risk, but very little adaptive capacity to deal with that. And one of our big takeaways from this work was that we think that co-creation of nature-based solutions in this informal settlement in particular is going to be really important for the success. Residents had varied perceptions of services and disservices that were going to be provided by green spaces. On the top there, you can see an image of a urban canal that lines the settlement. Residents were talking about unregulated dumping, habitat for mosquitoes that would bring dengue, drowning risk for children. And so seeing green spaces as a big risk, providing lots of disservices to them. Where other residents saw green spaces as having lots of positive services, on the bottom here, you can see a resident that started his own nursery and wanted to reforest some of the empty spaces in the resident or in the settlement. And various residents mentioned that without organized maintenance of these nature-based solutions, they had a lot of reservations about incorporating green spaces, also because of some people expressed their vision of development incorporated much more great infrastructure, and they had worked really hard to sort of remove the mangrove and the natural spaces that were before in the settlement, preventing them from building their homes. And so the last experience was my most recent activity, which was an open study research fellowship in Colombia, where we were looking at eutrophication processes along the Caribbean coast that I did with a host organization that was the National Marine Science Research Institute, or INVEMAR, in Santa Marta, that was supported by Fulbright Columbia. And so this project was specifically looking at what are eutrophication processes happening within the Ciénaga Grande de Santa Marta. It's the biggest kind of coastal delta lagoon system at the mouth of the Rio Magdalena on Colombia's Caribbean coast. It's a super interesting area because it's very mixed use. Part of it's being protected. There's artisanal fishing. There's palaphytic communities, so people living on top of the water in stilted houses, direct discharge of municipal wastewater, challenges with salinity after the creation of a highway right along the coast between Santa Marta and Barranquilla. And this is an area that had documentation of harmful algal blooms and mass organism die-off. So we were interested to understand better eutrophication in this zone. So our main research question was, what was the spatiotemporal variation of chlorophyll A being used as a proxy for phytoplankton biomass within the Ciénaga Grande de Santa Marta? And we wanted to create sort of a method that could be used by countries in Latin America to monitor eutrophication and potentially harmful algal blooms. So we used Sentinel-2 imagery from Google Earth Engine because you didn't have to download it. Anyone could just code in a version of JavaScript and use this imagery, and it was already corrected, atmospherically corrected. So we were analyzing four different spectral indices to see which one would have the best correlation with in situ monitoring of chlorophyll A. So these were water samples taken on the same day of the satellite passover. And we found that the normalized difference chlorophyll index, which is a normalized difference between the red and the red edge bands of the Sentinel sensor, was having the best correlation. And then we used sort of time series of this data and an anomaly analysis using z-scores to try to understand where are we seeing extreme high or extremely high version or concentrations of chlorophyll. And we didn't see much of a temporal pattern as we saw in the coastal waters in the Ciénaga, but we were seeing that there was more moments of high concentration happening in the small wetlands and in areas very close to urban centers. So suggesting potential informal settlement or lack of municipal wastewater treatment. And kind of as an addition to this work, we were looking specifically at the Ciénaga de Sevillano, which is a small sub-ciénaga of this greater Ciénaga de Santa Marta complex. And this was an area where harmful algal blooms have been documented, and the municipal oxidation lagoon, which is the municipal treatment for wastewater, was sort of being accused as the culprit of the main contributors for nitrogen and phosphorus. So we wanted to use remote sensing imagery to see if we could see any other hotspots of chlorophyll concentrations and go out as sort of environmental detectives to try to understand where could be other sources of nitrogen and phosphorus. So we were looking at septic tanks that weren't working correctly, that were right by the border of the Ciénaga, residual waters from a palm oil refinery, urban canals, and other local agricultural workers and farmers that maybe were applying synthetic fertilizers. So in this work, we saw that there was this increase in chlorophyll A in the southern part of the Ciénaga over time, and that we also saw significant chlorophyll coming from right at the outlet of the oxidation lagoon. And lastly, we're working, well, this was sort of a project that I designed kind of in addition to the chlorophyll work, specifically looking at coastal water quality. So it was looking at the coast of Santa Marta, which is the main urban hub of this region. And Santa Marta, unfortunately, has a lot of water quality issues. There's a lot of raw sewage that's just that enters directly into the coastal waters, a lot of plastic. And so this is posing a lot of health risk for both tourists and locals that use the waters for swimming and recreation. And INVEMAR has annual and biannual monitoring of concentration of different contaminants in the water. But we wanted to understand what is sort of the perception of both locals and tourists as far as water quality in this area, to see if we can identify new sources of contamination that we might not have been aware of, and also understand what's the best way to inform people about current water quality conditions. So it was a community mapping exercise where people could mark their perceptions of water quality, where they valued spaces along the coast that could be priorities for conservation and also sources of contamination. I haven't analyzed this data set yet, but I'm excited to in the future. So my goals for the fellowship year, I'm really excited to be part of the Delta Stewardship Council and work with the ISB. I'm really interested in learning more about collaboration between academia, agencies, and the public. So hopefully I can be involved in workshops, interviews, or these collaborative working groups. I think it's super important, this sort of synthesis of relevant information. And I'm also super curious to just learn more about how professionals or a group like this who's been working in the field a lot longer kind of conceptualizes and approaches thinking about these complex social and ecological issues. I think that'd be really interesting to just learn more. So who's being considered, what's being considered, who's participating in these conversations. And after this fellowship year, I'm hoping to pursue a PhD. So maybe in remote sense, well, definitely in remote sensing in some capacity, but possibly working with harmful algal blooms or nature-based solutions or other topics. So thank you so much for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Margot. You've definitely gathered a lot of experience in people, places, methods, approaches. It's wonderful to have you. Yeah. So we have some time for questions. Tanya?
Yep, thank you so much, Margot. What a great presentation and just terrific work. You've done a lot of cool interdisciplinary work, which is really exciting. And I think you'll fit really well within, within this science board. What have you learned from doing that type of research about the challenges of interdisciplinary science? That's one of my questions. And then a kind of a follow-up question would be, what are some of your thoughts on the challenges of bringing science, diverse types of science, social science, biophysical science, all of the work that you've done into policy and management decisions? So 2 questions.
Yeah, thank you. My experience has been that interdisciplinary work is really hard. So for my master's thesis, I really wanted to focus on mixed methods, combining the remote sensing with more an understanding of the kind of cultural services that have been lost as the wetlands dried. But I found it to be super challenging as far as just timing and finding mentors that did that sort of mixed method or interdisciplinary work. Most people are very much kind of specialized in their methods or the way that they approach things. So I wasn't able to make that project work as kind of an interdisciplinary project. I think an example of a successful experience I had with that was working for the international research experience for students in Guayaquil. That was a very interdisciplinary team. We had 5 faculty mentors from Ecuador, Canada, and the US who all had different backgrounds. And so what we did is we would sit around and talk about ideas collectively and sort of use mural boards and these brainstorming sessions to really try to understand what was our question and how we were going to answer that. And I remember it felt like really challenging and kind of counterproductive at times, like we weren't advancing because I was so used to a more traditional approach of like, here's your question, here's your methods, go out and do your research. So I think one challenge is that this work takes time and it takes a lot of energy. And from what I saw, there wasn't like as clear cut of a plan of how to do it. So it's a little bit more experimentation and creativity. And as far as how to incorporate this sort of work into policy, I haven't had all of that much experience doing that yet. And that's part of why I'm really excited to have this fellowship opportunity. So maybe at the end of this fellowship, I'll have a more concise answer for you.
Any?
Yeah, that sounds great. I think we use an injection of a human part of what we do. But I will say I'm working with a group now through NSF, best practices. And this isn't a criticism. They're headed towards not encouraging co-development, pure nature-based flood mitigation. Going down the road hybrid and and this may sound counter, but making sure it's going to give the protection that it's designed to give, and compromise on that. So I would love to talk more about it before that gets finalized. It's slow going. But I was interested that have you considered hybrid solutions, particularly when it's flood?
Yeah, thank you for your comment. I think from what I saw, hybrid would be incredible. Like hybrid would be a great solution. When working specifically in informal settlements, the legality of these settlements and the buy-in and infrastructure resources that are available a lot of times isn't there. So there's no one to provide the funding for these like big infrastructure developments to happen. And so it was really more focusing on what can residents do with their own capacity and their own funds that they had available to try to manage floods.
No, that's a good point. And ours is, what I'm working on is very much US, European centric, where you can't get insurance if it's purely case.
Right.
So that's interesting. I'd be curious to talk to you.
More questions? Oh.
And also
Anna.
OBIS, but
Anna.
I think I'm not sure.
I didn't pay attention. I was so fascinated by what Kenny and Margot say. All right, Obi?
Yeah, quickly, like Tanya was saying, it's very impressive background. I probably many fellow students would love to go to places that you've been to and do the kind of research. I was curious, I think you have a very good background, seems like on remote sensing side. I was wondering if you have had exposure to other types of modeling or statistical analysis and so forth, or even programming.
Yeah, let's see, I've done some like hydrological modeling. So my course was watershed sciences. So as part of that, we were running a few different models and like did some courses on model creation. And as far as programming, I'd say I'm comfortable in Python, R, and Java scripts. So, yeah. Thank you.
Anna?
Thank you. I have one comment and two questions. My comment is I really love the integration of the really rigorous remote sensing approaches with the deep community engagement. And one of my questions, which I think you've partially answered in speaking with Kenny, is what you have found about in terms of the uptake by the communities that you are working with for the more quantitative and remote sensing based types of analyses that you performed. So in other words, what was the response and how did those analyses then drive decision making or changes in management or whatever the next steps in the chain would be?
In terms of a specific experience that I spoke about, or kind of
I guess I
generally?
jotted this down in the context of the Ciénaga work that you were doing.
Mhm. Yeah. In that work, the community-based work was a little bit separate as far as focusing more on like water quality, perceptions of water quality. It seems like people often have this tendency to think like, oh, if the National Science Marine Institute like took this data, then that's the truth. And my perception like probably are wrong. But I was really trying to focus that we only went out once or maybe twice a year to take one water sample in one spot. And a lot of these people maybe were fishermen or use coastal ecosystems quite frequently. So it was a moment of trying to say like your perceptions and your understanding of what are drivers of contamination, where are you seeing these impacts of fish kill and eutrophication are also very valuable pieces of information. So trying to sort of create that combination of different ways that we can collect data sets. Because yeah, two data points in a year isn't going to give us the whole picture. And my research I don't think is directly influencing policy. It was just sort of like an independent research project. So I'm not totally sure how it will play in. But as far as the Ciénaga de Sevillano, we were working with a lot of kind of actors in that region because the municipal oxidation lagoon didn't want all of the blame for being the sole contributor of phosphorus and nitrogen. So we were kind of trying to understand, well, what are these other sources? And hopefully in the future to create more of like a nutrient balance of who are the main contributors and what sort of mitigation activities. I don't think they're quite there yet to sort of looking into how they can mitigate nitrogen and phosphorus, but at least sort of identifying what the main sources are would be an important next step. So
I think it speaks to the challenges of interdisciplinary work that you were discussing with Kenny as well. My second question, which I think is quick, the work in Ecuador with the informal settlements, I'm curious what your sense is of how the perceptions that you heard would have been different in a official or formal municipal setting rather than an informal settlement. So to what extent did the fact that it was an informal settlement impact the perceptions that you learned about?
yeah, I think when people are struggling to have water, when they're struggling with, a consistent electricity, when they have zero infrastructure, their kind of hierarchy of needs or maybe hierarchy of risks shifts a little bit. And this other kind of interesting fact that we were saying of how I kind of briefly mentioned it in the presentation, but a lot of people would express like, oh, the first thing we want is water. We want more great infrastructure. We want our neighborhood to develop. And for many, development looked like converting this natural space that was a mangrove to look more like Guayaquil, which was a heavily developed gray infrastructure system. So for a lot of people, it was cutting down trees because they created leaf litter, or making changes that were going to make it look more like a quote unquote developed neighborhood. So I think natural spaces, when they pose risks because they're incredibly contaminated, because there's unregulated dumping of garbage, it's understandable why people might say, I don't want more green spaces because they will harbor crime, they will harbor people using drugs, they will harbor other activities that they didn't want to bring into their neighborhood. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund.
I think Virginia has one, but this is just to notify you that we also have those online who have comments. Diane McKnight has a comment.
All right. How do I see that? You have to tell me, right? Okay.
Want to go,
So
Diane?
let's go to Diane. Welcome, Diane.
Hello, and I apologize for not being able to be there. I do have a bit of a cold, and so I'm fairly busy, so I'm going to be in and out today. Margot, it's really enjoyed the part of your presentation that I was able to catch, and I just want to comment how the future of remote sensing with regards to HABs is really exciting because of the development of finer resolution and hyperspectral imaging rather than only multispectral imaging, so that the tools will be more precise in terms of location and types of algae that are blooming in the context of cyanobacteria versus a broader suite of phytoplankton. And then the other direction that the field is going that's exciting in terms of more empowerment of local communities is the integration with ground-based sampling and drone flights to have a more local view and potential, in terms of multispectral imaging from drones at even finer resolution, and being able to collect a targeted water sample using a drone. So these technologies are really, as you may be well aware more than me, that are really evolving, and they may be going in a direction that really empowers more communities of all kinds. So that's my comment. And I wanted to say welcome to the Bay Delta system.
thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane. Virginia?
This is really fascinating and important direction. You're going to be very helpful to us. I can tell that already. So I am wondering, you have this high-tech technique, remote sensing and modeling analysis, and you have the people and their real understanding on the ground. So, do you try to talk to the people about the remote sensing data? And do they understand that, or is that an avenue you haven't gone down?
That is an avenue I haven't gone down yet, but was an idea for my master's thesis research. That was going to be like one of the sort of sections that I really was excited about doing. So I haven't done it yet, but I think it could be a really interesting activity.
Okay, that would be great.
Right, any more questions? No? No, no. I just want to say, I think you are already doing interdisciplinary work. You know, you're bringing in a lot of social science and bringing it together with biological science. So but maybe that's not quite enough yet. All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation and the questions.
One quick additional comment, which is I think you're going to be a hot commodity once you start applying for PhDs, given this background.
Okay. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments, but Diane, if you can mention if you have any new declarations or if there's anyone over 18 in your.
Hello, I have no new declarations. Thank you. Bye.
All right, I think we deserve a break. So, and we're pretty much on time. So we'll reconvene at 10:35. Take a little break and then we'll go to. Hi, back. We're continuing our meeting today with agenda item 6, which is the Delta Lead Scientist Report. And I'll hand over to Lisa Marie.
Thank you. Happy Earth Day. This is a pleasure to be able to give this presentation today. Thank you for your attention. Some of these things have already been discussed, but I'll go through some of the highlights of the last 2 months since I gave my last presentation. So next slide, please. Thank you. So here's a sense of what I'm going to be covering today. The big news, most exciting news right now is the release of the Delta Research Awards solicitation. So I'll go through that. There's also, that's something coming up. Then there's the salinity management workshop. We had our final workshop, and I'll be discussing some of the outcomes of that. About 3 weeks ago was that meeting. We'll hear about the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration. We had representatives there. And the voluntary agreement workshop that's happening this week as well. And then finally, some meetings that should be on your radar. You've heard about them already from Chair Wainger, but I will go through some of those as well. So let's start with the research awards. Thank you. So this is big news. 2 weeks ago, we released the solicitation, and you can go online and take a look at the applications structure. And there was a information webinar this past Friday, I should say, with the California Sea Grant and Delta Science Program staff to explain the structure of this particular call and some of the priorities. And so it was well attended, and it was just well run, and some good examples given of the science action agenda topics that we hope to see covered, and some examples of past successful proposals. So timing for this, again, is that letters of intent are due in less than a month from today, so May 14th, and they're required. And then finally, the final proposals are due August 26th, so it's coming up. And what's special about this particular call is the emphasis on co-production and participatory research. And it's been serviced by having a survey, which is actually still active, to make sure that proponents are linking their action, the studies that they want to perform, with necessary actions by community groups that have interests and that have some stakes in the Delta. So while it's not required, there's additional points for that. And so it's it would behoove the applicants to take a look at the actual implications of their work on actions in the Delta and how they affect the communities that live there. And I think I have mentioned this several times, but $6 million is available. It's going to be split between small projects and large projects, and small meaning less than 200,000 per year, and $1 million. I'm sorry, two. I think it's from 200 to 1.5 million per year for the other one. And I think I also want to plug here is that the Delta Science Fellowship applications, another very popular application process, is going to be released soon. It's just not there yet, but it should be coming about a week from today. And so that, again, will be an opportunity for community mentors and applicants that have research interests in management actions that are important in the Delta to apply. So that will, again, be coming up. And I will welcome any questions about the Research Awards release, because we're very excited and hoping to get as many applicants as possible in this particular call. So thank you. Next one. All right. So the final Delta Salinity Management Workshop. As you've been hearing about this for the last 2 years. It's a series of workshops that were structured basically looking at the human dimensions of salinity management. And the purpose of the workshops were to basically start with a framing of what's needed to understand about how we manage salinity intrusion from the ocean, specifically ocean water salinity intrusion in the Delta. So the framing is really the first workshop. The second, and then based on that, they decided to do some directed actions and some focused working group meetings that would get at social science components that were important to include in the final workshop, which is what we just had. And so that workshop was a 2-day effort, virtual, online, and it looked at basically the trade-offs apparent in different management strategies, and also of really a first look at the modeling outputs from that directed action modeling effort. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. You can see these were busy days. I think we had some DISB members present. There was 166 registered people for this, meaning there was over 100 each day, and 4 to 5 breakout groups each day. So it was very well attended and very vocal. We had a lot of good feedback. So let me get into these 2 days next about what their focuses were. But the first day on human dimensions, if we can get the next slide, it opened up with a plenary. We had Councilmember Burgess do the introduction, and we had a really nice presentation by Deanna Serino on the history of salinity management in the Delta, and it's just so good. I have to plug that if you want to hear, a short version of the history of salinity in the Delta, this is a good one to tune into. And then we had breakout groups that first dealt with the first one was about salinity management actions, and then the second one was about the who and the actor maps of the salinity management of those actions. And so the first one focused on a range of types, so policy or regulatory solutions, traditional engineering solutions, and or nature-based solutions. And they explored the wide-ranging impacts of different actions within those categories on people, on ecosystems, infrastructure, and more. And so the discussion results, you can see here in this mural diagram, were really broad as expected, and the Delta Science Program staff are combining these conceptual models into one master model, encompassing the wide range of impacts and considerations we heard from each group. Building a more holistic conceptual model is an essential part of developing a sound adaptive management approach, which gets back to, again, one of the main goals of the workshop. So the second breakout group was more on the who, and these actor maps, and you can see here in this diagram with the sort of the target design, these allowed participants to visually identify the main sectors of people that were or are impacted by different salinity management actions and the degree to which they felt that these groups or individuals are impacted. So the Delta Science Program staff is also synthesizing these results to identify who else needs to be included in this decision-making table to make it a truly more collaborative approach to managing salinity in the Delta. And then the final part of this was the state of the salinity modeling overview given by the previous Delta lead scientist, Laurel Larson. And that's, again, a really good talk to catch. So day one, again, lots of information needing to be synthesized right now. And then we can go to slide 2, which was more about some of the modeling results. And the first presentation on the modeling results was basically John DeGeorge and Eli Atelovich, and every time I say that one wrong. So sorry, Eli. And though the presentations that they gave focused on the one or a series of analyses that they had done, they had a new methodology to getting at these questions whereby the actual modeling wasn't just about hydrodynamics, but about water use and water availability and how that was affected by different scenarios of change in the Delta. And the ones that they focused on right now were on restoration that was in Sassoon Marsh area and also in Cache Slough. So they presented their work, and then we had a breakout group and their work is in progress because they're looking at other management actions, which might include things like temporary barriers like West Falls River and things like that. But right now, they focus primarily on the restoration scenarios. And then the breakout group, the focus of that was really to hear from participants about what hydrodynamic metrics they would like to hear about more so that the modelers can target their end products to what people want to hear about. And then also the participants highlighted questions that they'd like to see addressed further. And then, of course, the Delta Science Program staff is going to be synthesizing those recommendations in the final white paper. So the main content of the workshop ended with a presentation by Brett Milligan from UC Davis. And he presented on co-design and modeling, and in particular focused on examples from Frank's Track Futures was a previous project that dealt with these questions about salinity management, and also the ongoing Just Transitions project, which is a separate effort from this workshop series, but is tackling many of the same topics. So we can go to the next slide. The feedback we've gotten so far is people were just really happy to be part of it. Lots of good comments came. It's in fact such a large collection of data needing to be synthesized now, this public input, that the leads have a lot of work on their hands to get these lessons synthesized from speakers, panelists, breakout group conversations, and the modeling work itself. And the modeling work is not complete. The contract is still going on, so they're going to be finishing later this year. And I just want to plug that the Just Transitions project is actually going on right now as well. And they are, colleagues of ours that can help thinking about these questions in a different frame. And so they're leading a separate effort, but their June 11th workshop at Big Break Regional Park is coming up. So that's one to pay attention to as well. And the recordings of the presentations are all online at the YouTube channel for the Delta Council. So that's the ends of that. So let's go to the next one. Let's hear from Dylan Chappell and Edmund Yu on their attendance at the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration.
Thank you. So Dylan Chappell, who serves as supervisor for Delta ISB support staff, and myself, we were able to recently attend the 9th National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration, and Lisa Wainger was also present for parts of this conference as well. So this conference provides a venue for all of us to share our experiences and research results as they relate to ecosystem restoration from across different systems, from the Everglades to the Rio Grande. The theme of this conference for this year is strengthening restoration through collaboration, I like to say that the conference theme is very timely because many of the Delta ISB recommendations over the years calls for improved coordination and collaboration in our region. We were able to learn about how different systems address issues related to climate change and also drought and other challenges associated with restoration. As an example, we learned about the urgent water management negotiations that occurred in the Colorado River Basin in response to Lake Mead, the largest reservoir in the U.S., reaching its lowest level since 1937. The Colorado River Basin provides water to 40 million people in 7 states and parts of Mexico. The location of the conference was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is home to more than 20 federally listed tribes. Throughout the conference, we learned about tribal partnerships and perspectives for ecosystem restoration. One example, also going back to the Colorado River, even though we heard about different systems at the conference, we received an example of how like the Colorado River Impact, which negotiated the water usage for that region. It's a 1922 agreement. At the time when that was formed, it excluded tribes and even Mexico, which were impacted by this decision. We heard through the preliminary session that the tribes have a greater voice now in recent negotiations, although we acknowledge that it's still not quite perfect. In addition to learning about other systems, we were also able to share lessons learned from the Delta itself. I was able to prepare a poster presentation on behalf of the Delta ISB on the scientific challenges of managing subsident lands in the Delta. A copy is part of your meeting package and will also be presented at the IEP workshop. This poster focuses mainly on the findings based on what was learned and what was heard at the workshop. It doesn't focus on the recommendations. And a call to action for the poster was to email us at disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov if anyone wants to receive a copy of the draft and provide feedback when it's released. We haven't had any luck so far, but hopefully we'll change that during the IEP workshop. So that will kind of help us establish a communication list for those who didn't attend the workshop or is not part of our Delta Stewardship Council listserv. In addition, we had 2 what I call Delta sessions at NSER. One was restoring the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta in the San Francisco Bay past, present, and future. This was organized by Dylan, and you've heard various forms of their presentations over the years. So we kind of brought NSER to you at previous ISB meetings. The second session was organized by Darcy Austin, who is the science manager for the state water contractors, and her session was focused on California's agreements for healthy rivers and landscapes, a historic approach to integrating flows and habitat, also known as the voluntary agreements, which you guys all know all about that through your review and advice on various documents for that. Overall, I learned a lot from NSER, and I'm going to turn it over to Dylan for him to share some of his insights.
Great. Thanks, Edmund, for a really thorough overview of the conference. I'll just add a few additional thoughts here. I think one of the valuable things, of course, from the national conference perspective is just being able to place the work that's going on in these larger contexts. And I think one of the things that I really came away from the conference with was feeling like right now in the Delta, and this is from talking to a number of colleagues from a variety of systems, including the Everglades and folks who have worked in the Delta or at least adjacent to the Delta in the past, is we had a really, I think, great news to share about the Delta when it comes to restoration. After many years of waiting for the large-scale restoration that's been long planned for the Delta, we really are in the age of implementation now. And so I think it was clear to me how nationally significant and relevant the work that's happening in the Delta is right now. And it was great to be able to represent some of that work and bring colleagues together to talk about it. So I wanted to mention sort of 2 specific themes with links to the Delta. The first, in addition to what Edmund's already mentioned, the first being the Everglades. I think between the Colorado River and the Everglades, we probably have the systems with the most similarity with the Delta. And so I think we sort of divided and conquered and did some coverage there. And so I think it was great to hear about some of the adaptive management work that is going on in the Everglades, some of the similarities and differences with the water management issues that they're dealing with there in another highly engineered system, and also to make some direct connections with colleagues who are actively working in the Everglades to help us crosswalk and think a little bit in the hat that I wear as the environmental program manager for the adaptive management unit, to help us really think more about the continued promotion and development of adaptive management in the Delta system and how it relates with some of our other systems. One of the other really powerful sections of the conference was the keynote on day 3, where we heard from Amy Roberson, who is the director of the Southwest region of the American Bird Conservancy, which is based in New Mexico, and Tina Marie Asacola, who's the director of the Tribal Historic Preservation Office at the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Both of these speakers spoke in detail about the fraught history of tribal relations in both New Mexico, as well as the American West more generally, as well as the Everglades, but also really pointed to encouraging developments in this regard in recent years. And so I think it was excellent to hear from folks who were being clear about issues that had happened in the past, but also recognizing that progress is slowly being made and relationships are slowly being, rebuilt and strengthened over time. So those are 2 brief highlights from me, and thanks again to Edmund for the thorough overview.
Great, let's keep you here in case we have questions. Thank you. So I think I'll just close out with announcements about this voluntary agreement workshop that's happening right now this week, Wednesday through Friday over at the Cal EPA building. So this is a workshop by the State Water Board that's looking to discuss publicly voluntary agreements that are proposed by water users, state and federal agencies. They're currently being considered in the process of updating the river and delta components of the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay Delta plan. I'll leave it at that. So there's 3 days. I just wanted to make sure if you were interested, they all start at 9 a.m. this week, and you can also attend online, and there's public comments on day 2 and 3. And you actually have a handout in your packet if you're interested. So then the next slide is things you've actually heard about a bit, but again, starting tomorrow, there's the Interagency Ecological Program Annual Workshop. Online registration still available in this building. The rescheduled State of the Estuary Conference, which again, we have a strong presence at, including posters on things like the grand challenges for updating the science plan, and then also the Delta Science Tracker, amongst other presentations. The May 31st Delta Stewardship Council and UC Davis funded Coastal Marine Sciences Institute Symposium on food web dynamics is happening, and I believe we have a presentation by at least one DISB member. Yep. Was it? Bob and Nyman, yes. And the final thing to plug is, again, we're beyond save the date. We're now at accepting abstracts for the Bay Delta Science Conference. That's the 3 days of September 30th to October 2nd. And that's live and online, and the abstract due date is coming up on May 27th. And so then I can say thank you and take any questions.
Thanks very much, Lisa Marie. There's a little comment here that a copy of the past Delta Lead Scientist reports is part of your meeting packet. But just to be complete. So are there questions? Tom?
My question regards to the salinity workshop. It sounded like there was a lot of talk of future deltas and salinity. But what kind of scenario in terms of timeframes are they looking there. And the reason I asked the question is that challenge is beginning to pop up in all the different things we're doing. And it seems like we're getting to a point where we need to think more strategically about it. What time frame in particular were they talking?
So the directed action modeling did look at a range of sea level rise scenarios. So it's not a single one. I believe there's a 10, 50, and 100 year. But I'll ask Dylan because he actually runs the contract with the modelers.
Yeah, so there are 3 different sea level rise scenarios that will be considered as part of that moving forward, and all 3 of those are also integrated and compatible with the scenarios being considered under Delta Adapts, which you've already heard a little bit about today. So those, in the context of the modeling, aren't pegged specifically to any moment in time. They're more just taken as different scenarios for potential futures. So what's interesting, as I'm sure most of the board appreciates, is the challenge of working within existing models to update them. And so we definitely heard from folks that there's a wider range of scenarios that we would like to have considered in the future. And actually, I think one of the important take-homes from the modeling work has been to really stress the importance that the scenarios are obviously a big part of what's being considered, but there's also quite a bit of back-end work happening on those models to allow a more flexible approach for incorporating additional scenarios in the future. So in many ways, that's actually potentially the more important work that's coming out of this, less than the scenarios themselves, is this more flexible modeling platform that a wider range of scenarios can be considered under. So in addition to sea level rise, there's a suite of restoration scenarios that Lisa Marie also mentioned that represent, in some cases, for example, the Cache Slough examples, that's sort of nearer future. Next, I think, decade, we can reasonably expect those projects to come online. For the Sassoon, it's a little more of a hypothetical, larger scale. The modelers are limited by what's already on the landscape grid. So, there are some, for better or worse, some parameters around exactly what can be considered as part of the work as it's been funded. But hope that helps a little bit. And then I'll say that, again, the modeling is one piece of this work, but these larger considerations of different futures are certainly something we heard from a lot from participants. And so, comments, for example, on, reservoir operation approaches that are outside of the current range of options that are, commonly considered under modeling scenarios. And so for those scenarios that we're not able to quantitatively think about through this project, the follow-up materials will also provide the opportunity to at least qualitatively note that these were things that we heard from participants and have them in the record in that way to help drive and inform future work on the topic.
That's very reassuring that the people are, it sounds like they're talking to each other to a large extent, but I think in some respects, this comes back to this board. Fundamentally, what we're supposed to be reviewing are science programs. And this is probably the most important thing for the Delta, because once it becomes saline or goes underwater, it's a whole nother project. And I clearly don't know what the answer to this is, but getting that message out, what these futures look like, so that the public begins to grasp the magnitude of the challenge here is probably critical to the future of Delta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just also mention the Just Transitions project, which is a University of California multi-campus effort with a broad research team across multiple UC campuses that are involved. And so in many ways, they're actually going to be going even farther than the work than we're doing to really hear from the public and continue to sort of consider these broader range of scenarios. So I think we have, multiple approaches to making sure that that the scope and magnitude of the risk is adequately considered.
But even more important, we have to figure out some way to communicate what we're learning from these things.
Yep. And so, yeah, I think if there are any specific, and this is a little bit down the line for us once all of our synthesis, the synthesis that's being done on the adaptive management team is complete. But once that synthesis is closer to completion and the modeling results and new modeling frameworks are available, then we'll be thinking sort of about what our next step for communication is. Obviously, for this stage, it's been focused on the stakeholder groups that we've engaged in the smaller group meetings, as well as the first two salinity management workshops. But agree that a broader audience will be critical for disseminating our results too once they're packaged.
Yeah, and making sure the time frame is realistic in terms of
the
world we live in.
Absolutely.
Everything doesn't come to a halt in 2050.
Yes.
All right, we have a few more hands up here. I'm not sure who was first. Edmund?
We have 2 online
2 online?
Yeah.
Okay,
from ISB.
well, let's take when obviously.
Mine is short. I just wanted to, there's a new sea level rise scenarios from California that I don't know has been released yet or not. So when you talk about sea level rise scenarios, are they updating to these new scenarios or they use the old scenarios?
Yeah, great question. I think because sea level rise is incremental, of course, every scenario has value. So even our nearer term scenarios have a lot of value for understanding our nearer term timeframes. With regards to the models and with the clear caveat that I myself am not a modeler, so I cannot speak to the specific ins and outs. But I do know that some of the higher, more extreme scenarios for the calcium model provide some real challenges and really do sort of push the model outside of presenting realistic scenarios. And so again, this is one of the things that we're not able to look at quantitatively, but that is certainly part of what we're capturing qualitatively in our synthesis from what we heard from participants, is that in the future, we know that in the longer term, thinking in more detail about these more extreme scenarios will be an important piece of that understanding. But currently, it's the models are better at capturing the more near term looks at sea level rise scenarios.
Right, we have a lot more questions. Virginia?
Yes, thank you. So my question is about the Conference on Ecosystem Restoration, because in some of the circles I work in, the term restoration is really frowned upon because it's pretty much agreed we're not going to go back, but they like the term emerging ecosystem, something like that. So was that discussed at the top?
I think for restoration practitioners, that reality is always front of mind for them. There's an understanding. Within the restoration ecology community, I don't think that there's a expectation of going back and to a pristine, pre-degradation system. And so I think that's broadly understood amongst the practitioners, and that really restoration ecology is stuck as a term because at a certain point you have to kind of put a description on something that folks can understand. But I think across all of the talks, these themes, reconciliation ecology is another one that I'm familiar with, for example, is 100% what people are dealing with is like the actual reality rather than this sort of idea of turning the clock back. It's really about working with what current conditions are and being realistic about what's achievable, but also ambitious about what's achievable. And I think walking that line is, there probably wasn't a single talk that didn't sort of capture some degree of that tension in the field.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, 2 more comments/questions online. Edmund?
I'll go ahead and I wanted to follow up on Tom's comment about the salinity workshop and how, in the context of the subsidence workshop, the issue of managing salinity to minimize methane production as the wetlands were enhanced came up. And I guess that would be more of a near-term use of some of this modeling for managing salinity. So was that discussed at the workshop at all?
I have to say, I did not hear conversation about that, despite the fact that it's obviously an important component, because the focus was really on water use. Dylan, or Tanya, if you did hear people talk about that, I'd love to know.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit less of a focus because as Lisa Marie mentioned, the emphasis really was more on water quality than it was habitat projects directly. However, I do know that, there is developing best available science around methane as it relates to subsidence reversal projects specifically. And actually, I was just out in the field with a team who's monitoring that, the Baldacci lab at UC Berkeley a couple of weeks ago. And they actually do over time now in their longest data, the longest term data that they have on subsidence reversal projects has really showed a clear drop off after about the first 5 years or so of a subsidence reversal wetland being installed. These are the not tidal wetlands at the base of subsided islands. It's been a considerable reduction in methane emissions as the sites have aged. So from that subsidence reversal project perspective, it's actually really good news coming off of those projects. And it's in fact sort of rewriting a bit of some of the early insights, sort of saying, demonstrating that while these projects were still a net benefit, even from a greenhouse gas exchange perspective compared to baseline conditions, methane was a big issue. That methane issue continues to decrease, which is really encouraging for the widespread use of these projects to combat subsidence. And it's unclear, actually scheduling a call in the next couple of weeks with that lab group to discuss a little more. The mechanism isn't entirely clear yet, whether salinity may or may not be playing a role in that drop off over time. But I think that they're starting to work towards elucidating some of the mechanistic explanations for that now. So hopefully more soon on that topic.
Thanks very much. And I have another question or comment about the ecosystem restoration. In terms of the comparison with the Colorado River, there was some big news that came out recently about the challenges of managing the low water levels with respect to cavitation in the pipes and what that means for California water overall. Was that discussed at all at this workshop?
I don't recall that being mentioned.
Yeah, so it may have come out afterwards, but it's kind of important news. Okay, well, thank you very much for this update. And I apologize, I'm going to have to step off this call now. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you, Diane. So we have one more question, I think, Lisa?
Yeah, hi. It's actually a little more of a comment. So appreciate the conversation, and I really appreciate Tom bringing up this issue of, how are we communicating with these ongoing projects? And I just wanted to reassure him that the communication is not zero. As JP alluded to earlier, the chairship works with staff to see where we can fit into different projects. And as Dylan has very nicely explained, there are a lot of constraints, and there's also a constraint on our involvement. So many of these scenarios are being generated through stakeholder engagement. And we can be a stakeholder at the table is one option, but then the problem becomes if we become part of the project, we are not an independent reviewer of the project anymore. So we as a board have some constraints about the appropriate role for us in these. And I will also say that the DMDU folks are reviewing all the scenarios that are being used, and perhaps we'll get at some of your concerns once we have a product out. So we did look at the DMDU folks looked at getting involved in the salinity management and the Delta Adapt specifically, but we saw that there were many constraints. We saw there were tight timelines, And we chose to really focus on our products as a way to inform the next round and things like that, because these are iterative projects that are going on through time. So I just wanted to let you know, this isn't being ignored, but I think we do have to think about what's the best way to have these lines of communication. And I appreciate Tom bringing that up.
Thanks very much for that comment, Lisa, that information. I think we have to move on. We're a bit behind the schedule. Are there any public comments on this?
There are none.
All right. So let's move on to the next agenda item, which is a brief discussion of the food web review. I'll just give some background on where we are with that. At the last meeting, we took action to have Bob Nyman revise the draft based on comments from the meeting and then circulated for public comments. The draft has now been revised and released for public comments, which will be due on June 7th. Comments could be mailed, emailed, or orally presented to us via public comments at our meetings. Board members are also welcome to submit additional comments to staff on this draft by the comment period deadline, so June 7th. The release period coincides with the IP workshop, which begins tomorrow, and the UC Davis Coastal Marine Science Institute and Delta Science Program Food Web Symposium on May 31st. Bob will be presenting draft findings and recommendations at both events. Right, do you want to give a brief overview of the revised report, Bob?
I'd be happy to, and good, thank you. You actually mentioned everything I was going to say.
Sorry, I was told to.
But anyway, there's a copy of the report now and online, as well as available in a hard copy. And thanks to everybody that submitted comments and editorial suggestions. Lillian and I accepted just about every one of them. It then went to Edmund and Lauren for prepared for public review, and they came up with a number of issues which we took care of. It was really more. There was nothing substantive that changed. It was really more for clarity and just making sure that we were consistent in our terminology throughout the report. And so we were able to take care of those relatively easily. And so, as Inga said, it's now out for review, and comments are due from the public on June 7th. And also that Lillian and I will be giving a presentation tomorrow. I believe it's right after lunch on the report to Interagency Ecological Program, as well as at the end of May for the one-day symposium at UC Davis. So that's all I have to say. It was very quick. It's out there, and I appreciate it if folks would take a look at it. And if you have any more comments, send them along. Let's do.
Great, thank you, Bob. Are there any major comments from the board at this point? Nobody online? Any public comments?
There are none.
Good, so then we can move on to agenda item 8, which is, or come back to a discussion of the Delta Conveyance Project Final Environmental Impact Report review. So just to give some background, the California Department of Water Resources released the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance Project on December 8th of last year and certified the report on December 21st of last year. On February 22nd, DWR submitted a change in point of diversion petition for the Delta Conveyance Project to the State Water Resources Control Board. The State Water Board will review the petition and then issue a public notice detailing the public review process. A copy of the petition is part of your meeting package. We discussed the final EIR at our past 3 public meetings, and we'll be drafting a memo on how our comments on the draft EIR were addressed. Written comments were due to staff by April 2nd, with some members needing more time. So we have now a little bit of time for discussion, and Lisa and I discussed how to use this time, and the suggestion was that we strategize which issues we will respond to and how. It is probably best to keep comments at a high level for this discussion, since you will have an opportunity to provide detailed written comments in addition to this. So suggested topics for strategizing, so questions we could address here is, which chapters or topics do we want to prioritize for focused review? And how do we want to strategize responding given insufficient time to read every detail, especially when multiple appendices are referenced in the response? As you all probably know, this is pretty common. So I open the floor for comments from you on how to address this. I think it's not an easy thing. Kenny.
So at our last meeting, I was tasked with looking at the fish habitat chapter in particular. So I wanted to take just a couple minutes and fill you in on some activities that are very related to it. So coming out Thursday is another 100-page review that I was, Yetta Jaga and I were the leads on. That's a peer review of the long-term operations effects analysis, the basis of using all those models, both statistical and simulated.
Mm-hmm.
So we did this review. Now it's coming out. I will tell you that it's almost the same models that were used for the conveyance EIR and used in almost the same way. So they used without too much jargon, they used calcium 3, right, which is hydrology put on a modern delta, right, for 1924 to 2015. That informed HEC 5Q, that in HEC DSM-2, which provided the inputs to all those other models for the fish analysis, not the rest. So we had a charge of reviewing Bureau of Reclamation's methods, which are the same as the methods used here. The scenarios were different, but the methods are the same. So that's coming out. I just wanted to mention that it's very, very similar. So a lot of what we came up with carries over probably at a later date to if we get into more review of the methods they used. Now, very quickly, there were a lot of the same models, the density salvage model, the life cycle models, they're the same ones that we reviewed. Some differences between the board's review of the EIR and our review are important, though. One is Reclamation requested it from us. We had a separate panel from the science board program. So they asked for the review, which may not sound like a nuance, but it's more than a nuance. The other is, whereas we here focused on the chapters, we went in and reviewed all the appendices. So we reviewed 26 models as well as how they were fit together. So there are some big differences that way, right? And we were focused on effects, not on results, right? So I think a lot of it's going to carry over if ISB decides, when a window of opportunity comes up in the process, to weigh in on some of the specifics of the models. And when I mean models, not just simulation, but the statistical ones. And some of the ones we used, actually, we urged great caution in using them. An example is the longfin smelt year class index versus outflow model. we were very cautious about how they were using that and urged for some careful consideration. The overlap analysis of velocities with DSM-2, we thought probably should be looked at more closely. Cumulative effects is always a problem. And balancing that, there were a lot of good things in both analyses. The use of calcium-3 with climate change scenarios, we thought was very good. And we have a whole list of good things. I'd say the critical ones are probably a longer list, but the good ones is a lengthy list as well. So a couple of things, I didn't see any of that brought up in our review because the review done here was at the chapter level, not at the appendix level, right? And it's scary when you open up the folder that goes with each chapter and you see, but we went through all of those models and analyses. But that's all we did, right? We were focused on the effects, not anything else. It was only a review of the effects. Several things I thought were not brought up that probably should have been is this idea that it's, these models were, for example, fit to very different time periods. They were not standardized. So some of these models ended with the most recent year in there was 15 years ago. And they were applied uniformly to the calcium output, but some were taken off the shelf. And there's a question about with this delta, 15 years can be a long time, right? Another point that I don't think was brought up, and there's others, but just as examples, was in the modeling world, we get uncomfortable when we're applying novel conditions on top of a novel baseline. We don't like that very much, right? So the models are calibrated to some historical thing, but they're used under a baseline with climate change, with alternatives that are also novel. So we do it, but there probably could be some more care put into how well does the model do under a climate adjusted baseline, right? So there's a series of those kind of questions that come up. So I just wanted to let you know that, this is coming Thursday, and that I was the lead writer for it. And I know, I pretty much know I probably know 22 of the 26 models myself. So we had other people on the panel that covered the other models, calcium-3, et cetera. And we had a lot of expertise that we were able to draw on because we were a much more focused review, right? We weren't meant to be a high-level review. We were meant to be the methods, right? So, so now Lauren's got me nervous because she raised her thing as if I wonder what I said wrong. But I just wanted to mention that because this may become useful later because it's the same models used in a very, very similar way. So, so I will stop and let Lauren correct me or do something.
I just hoping to clarify, that's all for everyone here. And you correct me if I'm wrong, Kenny. But just to point out that when the review you did for long-term operations is for the current infrastructure. Is that correct? Or did your review include the tunnel?
Yes. Although the voluntary agreement was in there and conservation measures are in there, but I would say, and others might, I'm going back to all the alternatives, they were mostly all focused on changes in operations, not building infrastructure.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes.
I just wanted to point out that key difference.
Yeah, it's a key difference.
Well, Lisa wants to say something, I think. Lisa? You had your hand raised. Is she there? No.
No, I do have a comment. Yeah, so
Hi, Ann.
I'm sorry, I lowered my hand instead of unmuting myself. Yeah, one of those days. So Kenny, I really appreciate that you've dug into these models and know the methods. It sounds like you can't be fully objective about criticizing them perhaps, but we'll cross that bridge if we need to. But I think what we would like to know for this chapter, so I don't think it would be at all controversial to suggest the fish effects should be a big focus of our re-review. But to move your comments from the model details, and it's not like we ignored those details. It's just that we were trying to look at, did they have the right tools to suggest the effects of the tunnel is what we're trying to assess. So do you think you can get there from where you are? Like, do you think there are responses to the responses that then warrant commenting on in terms of both how these model details affect projections for the tunnels versus other elements you might want to bring in at the so-called chapter level?
Yeah, well, two things. One, I object to your comment about me being objective. Let me rephrase that. We were charged with a review, and we were selected because it was thought that the panel was going to be very objective, and I think we were. It's not being, because the models are the same, the comments carry over, but that still remains objective, right? I don't think there's an issue that it wasn't objective, my comments, because they were made on a different set of analyses, right?
Okay, point taken. It was more, I couldn't tell if you were also running the models, which is why I said that. But
No, not at all.
I'm glad to have that clarification, but let's focus on the other issue. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, they didn't use my model, but that's another question. So, now what was the other question? We've talked about this a bit. My reaction is not to respond from the board because it is what it is, and I prefer to stay within the defined process. So, but I know you disagree. So my reaction is to, we were basically a stakeholder in that process. We were not charged to do that review. So I think we should act like everybody else who's in the same position on the conveyance review and response. But I do think we can organize ourselves because there's going to be more opportunities to comment again within the process that we can get organized, because it is, I don't know how many thousands of pages, but to be ready to put in comments, a revised set of comments when the time is right. But I think I'm in a very small minority on that option. I would not respond to their response to our comments is what.
Okay, well, maybe we can have maybe we can convince you otherwise, but I would suggest that if there's some way to translate your knowledge about the model strengths and weaknesses to looking at the conclusions drawn about fish effects, it would be helpful to know if you thought the comments were adequate. I mean, I think the difference between the two reviews is you're saying, how can these models be made better? The DCP EIR is saying, these are the models we have. These are the conclusions we've drawn. We can't keep waiting for more science when you do an EIR, right? You have to just use what you have.
So listen, one of our charge questions was, did they use the best available science? And the key word there is available. So we were not allowed to tell them to build a new model. That's off limits in our review. It's what is available and did they use the best available? So we're not proposing they develop anything new in our review at all.
Can I answer?
Obi, yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is for Kenny. I'm kind of surprised about this other review process that maybe I missed that. I was wondering what is the genesis of that and perhaps what was the charge and where did that come from and all that?
Yeah, no, it's very quick. So before I joined the ISB, they formed a separate panel, 5 members, by the way, to do this review, and then it got delayed. And then I was named to the ISB and the review was still going on.
Okay.
So that's why I revealed it enough times that Edmund said, stop saying it.
Right.
Because I kept revealing it. So,
Bureau charged you with the review?
so Reclamation asked, I believe, the Delta Science Program for a review of the effects analysis, not the results, not the, just the effects analysis of fish
right.
and habitat. So does that?
So,
does
so that may
help
be
or-
the distinction I want to, so when we reviewed, we did look at all the appendices, particularly with respect to climate change, which was something that we raised here. Particularly because the EIR or the response that we got said, CEQA does not require addressing climate change,
Yep.
right? So that was all over the review response documents. And at the same time, so we had a problem with that. We understand that, but I think our decision was from a scientific point of view, it should have been done. And perhaps we should point that out. And because as a, independent science board, perhaps we should raise that issue, although it's not required under CEQA. From a scientific point of view, this is the way it should have been done. And at the same time, even the climate change analysis, I think we pointed out that the way it was done, it may have used many, many models, but the way it was done could be wrong. Particularly in their case, they just took the historical time series and adjusted them, which missed the whole sequencing of droughts and wet periods that may come in the future. So we pointed that in our review, and in the response, what we saw was like reference to Appendix 30A and 5 and all that, all over the place, right?
Yeah.
Without any recent analysis as required by CEQA to kind of respond. This is how we would modify it.
Yeah.
So I thought we decided to point out the need to raise the issue from a scientific point of view. This is the way it should have been done, although the CEQA is not required in the EIR process. I thought we made that decision.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is they use the same method in the long-term operations effects analysis, but a perturbation method, right? And we had comments about that as well in this other review. So that's why I brought it up, because the ISB should know about this.
Right.
But I'm not exactly sure how the puzzle pieces fit together.
Right.
But not knowing was on me. Now, how it fits together is everybody's problem, right? But so there's so much overlap. They use the same calcium-3
Right.
As you know, it's hydrology on the modern delta.
Right,
It's not
right.
really 1925. It's not 1926.
That's right. Yeah.
It's hydrology.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we all felt like it was several of us felt like it was necessary to respond to the responses.
Yes, I know. And
Some of us felt ignored
Yeah.
in those, and for my part, I find it kind of necessary to say that out loud. But I'm just trying to think how to fit what you're saying
Yeah.
into our response, whether to fit it in and how. And
So,
could we refer
Inga,
to
I have
that?
one more point I wanted to make, and then
Oh,
we can.
very sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So in terms of, I also made some written comments on the hydrologic modeling piece of it. And you mentioned all these other models, the DSM-2 and all these other models. So I thought this would be an opportunity to ISB to point out the scale mismatch between calcium-3, which runs under monthly time step, all these other models. And I was wondering if that came out in your review as well, and that being something in the long run, probably they should address.
yeah, it probably came up in 9 places.
Good.
So for
Okay.
people who aren't following, so calcium-3 runs monthly. Fish don't respond to monthly values, right? So they can run it through another model that runs hourly or 30 minutes, DSM-2, and then generate internally that kind of variability for exposure. But in other cases, they took calcium-3 and linearly interpolated to get 30 values per month, from month to month. So there's no daily level variability in there, right? And so we brought that up many times. So that there were a lot of things in common with the comments, but of course we went much more into depth into the models themselves because that was our charge. So maybe it doesn't fit into this response because it's kind of changing our comments, right? But it may play a role later when there's another opportunity for comment or review. Does that make sense?
I think Lauren can say something.
Well,
to
I'm-
that.
Yes, and I'm not going to respond to that question, Kenny, but
Okay.
what I wanted to respond to was letting you know a little bit more about the review that Kenny participated in. So one of the roles that the Delta Science Program plays now and has played for a long time is facilitating independent peer reviews, where people come to us, request an independent panel review or individual mail reviews, and we independently put together both the members of the panel, not we, the lead scientist. This is one of the main roles of the lead scientist, is to put together the right experts to be on the panel and to also finalize the charge, just to provide that oversight, to ensure the independence of those individuals, and, you know, trying to make it as unbiased as possible, and also the charge itself. The charge questions can be leading towards certain responses. So that's a key role we play. So USBR, the Bureau of Reclamation, excuse me, periodically reinitiates consultation on the long-term operations of Central Valley Project. And because they work with the State Water Project, it involves both the state and federal system. And so that's what happened. Reclamation reinitiated consultation, and sometimes they come to us for review of these regulatory documents. They don't always. So we're always glad when they do, and this time they did. So part of their reinitiation of consultation, they produce an EIS for NEPA, but they also have to get biological opinions. And part of the biological opinions process is an effects analysis. And so I believe that's the piece that they came to the science program to put this panel together.
Well, it was both the
Oh, was it?
EIS and it was actually the BA, biological.
Oh, the biological assessment
it was
and
both.
the effects analysis. Thank you. But what we are going to send you, Edmund, if he hasn't done it already, and apologize, we haven't done this earlier, but we have a web page that describes this review. I think it has the letter that we received from Reclamation requesting the review. It has the response from Laurel Larson, was lead scientist at the time when this request came in. It has the materials that were part of the review. And the only thing it's missing right now is this final review itself, but which will be posted soon. But there's a lot of information on this webpage so that you can learn more about the review itself.
Well, I was hoping to hear from you or Edmund something about the process to answer Kenny's question. Can we bring this in late? Would it make sense to bring knowledge of this review or the results of this review in to this process at a later stage? So.
Well, I can respond to that and then we'll see what Edmund says. I believe you are a very high level oversight body, authorized in statute. So you can choose what you're going to do. You do not have to be requested to do a review. You can provide reviews because you have decided to do that. So you can choose how you want to bring information in. And if you feel it's important to point out this new information and its relevance, I think that's your purview.
Okay. Is Lisa still there?
Yeah, could I weigh in here? Yeah, I mean, I
Yes.
think I agree with Lauren that this is in some ways our choice. There are fixed processes, but we've also already determined that there's an audience for our comments on the comments. So regardless of whether we were requested. So really what I was trying to get at, even though I guess I just didn't quite hit it on the head, what I'm trying to ask Kenny if he can do is, using his knowledge, is there anything that's relevant to understanding the responses to our comments? Would he be willing to try to translate some of that into things that were relevant to whether our comments were adequately addressed, whether the best models were used, the best information was used, or whether the conclusions can be drawn from the information available. And I think that's kind of a key thing that we brought up about the fish, because we were concerned that a model with a monthly time step and some poorly vetted, to our mind, some citations were older and maybe not, there weren't lots of citations, say, to support a statistical model that was used to translate effects. These were some of our comments. And then the question becomes, did they adequately address those concerns, or, knowing what you know about the models, were they inadequately addressed? Is that something you think you could do? Because I think it would be of great interest for this.
Okay, and I understand your question much better. So I think if we put up the guardrails that we really can introduce brand new review comments because we're responding to a response. But if you look at the comments that were made, there's a lot of room to try to use some of the work that was done in the long-term operations review in the context of the comments that were already made. And did they respond to those? Because we went into a lot of detail, and maybe that will help cement our comments and makes it a little more challenging to give a general response back, right? Or it may make, at minimum, it makes our comments more clear, right? In terms of clarity. Nothing like saying the cumulative effects analysis, as an example, was too general, for example. And that's the level we were working on. So yeah, I think, Lisa, if that fits in, I'm worried what I'm volunteering to do, but in theory, and I'm a theoretician, so in theory, we can, I can look at that and I know what's in the long-term operations review since I was the lead writer. I could see where, okay, given we have more information about the models themselves and their use and how they would combine them, can we push back a bit, perhaps, on some of the responses we're not as happy with because it didn't leave us fully satisfied. If that's what, yes, I can do that. If the whole group thinks would help our responses, is that a better answer?
That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You got me to say it finally, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm starting to think that maybe Lisa should have led this discussion because she has all the information, the comments she got from people, et cetera, and she's trying to pull it all together too. So, Lisa, do you have anything that
Yeah,
clarified
I
in
want,
this?
yeah,
Mhm.
we don't have a lot of time for this conversation. So I think really, I do have comments from folks, and I'm, hoping to pull those all together. Obey, I think it's pretty clear. The really important things to focus on are the fish, the water flows, both for water supply and water quality. But I also wanted this conversation to say what else, right? And we talked a lot. We have made a lot of comments about the need for adaptive management and adequate consideration of climate change. So I think those are things we can revisit for sure, because they're some of our big picture comments. But I wonder if folks wanted to raise anything else, particularly those of you who haven't had a chance to send in written comments. I'll just share my personal problem. So I looked at the things that I had reviewed. I looked at the comments. In some cases, they made changes. In some cases, they pushed back that they had already done an adequate job, or that CEQA didn't require it. I expected that kind of response in a lot of cases. And I'm not positive any of those are really going to rise to the level of the most important things to comment on. And I guess I just wanted to get more of a feel from the board about what they think are some of the most important comments, if they have opinions.
Paul?
Oh, thanks, Inga. I'd like to add to that from what Lisa said. and focus on the best available science. And especially with a real focus on the environment. And this became an issue to me because I did look at fish in the previous iteration, but as well I was tasked with looking at terrestrial biological resources. You know, and as you all know, those were two of the smallest chapters. They were only a few hundred pages apiece with appendices and everything else that went along with them. And yet, to a large extent, in the EIS, the authors of the EIR, excuse me, the EIR, the authors of the EIR were tasked with showing how this project would meet the requirements of CEQA. CEQA is based in terms of environmental sciences, is well over 60 years old in terms of knowledge. And we've come in the environmental sciences orders of magnitude, many orders of magnitude more advanced than we were in the 1960s when these were put together. And I think we as a board, we have to say something. I know there's a lot of pushback against changing CEQA, a lot of pushback, but I think we need to say something about the fact that, you know, these standards or the level of expectation of what they want out of these EIRs is so low now that anybody can jump over them. Anybody can. And when we look at the report as it is today, for example, there are issues around like, you know, genetic integrity of populations and restoration activities and so forth, where, you know, important topics in environmental sciences are not even touched upon that could really spell either success or not so successful restoration. Then I think internally, the other problem we have is that the science of the environment now is so broad that we as individuals, we cannot get our arms around it completely. I know I can't, and yet, you know, I was largely tasked with looking at terrestrial biological resources, and I mean, I know this much. And the topic is, I can't even get my arms wide enough to cover that topic. And internally, I think we really need to have, I don't know, a focus group or something like that internally that we're able to actually discuss just some of the environmental issues associated with this EIR. And that gets me back really to the topic of best available science. We're tasked with doing the science, but we're really limited here on this board as to, you know, the kinds of things that we can really look at you know, adequately, you know, to make some determination. And it would be really nice if we could figure out a way to, you know, to do that so that we can respond to the chapters, whether they're on fish or wetlands or terrestrial biological resources and many of the other environmental chapters in a way that really articulates what the best available science is, and did they or did they not actually meet that criteria. So anyway, I'm going to throw that out. I think that's to me is a very important topic that I know we don't want to revise CEQA, but I think in our report or reporting or whatever we do, we should really point out that you know, this bar that's set is just too minimal. It's too old. It's an important bar, but we need, if we're going to really judge the science, we need to judge it by today's standards, today's level of knowledge. I throw that out there.
Thank you, Bob. Tanya has a comment or response.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments there, Bob. I think those are big things for us to be thinking about and super important. I guess I'm going to bring this back a little more to ground level to some of Lisa's questions, but it touches on something that I think you're getting at, and it's been mentioned already by Kenny. I think one of the things that I didn't hear in Lisa's kind of list of comments that she heard was the cumulative effects. And Kenny mentioned this twice, and it kind of gets to your question too of what is environmental science too? How do we understand these interactions and then cumulative effects? And even from the more social science chapters that I focused on, the responses to our comments about the cumulative effects felt very thin, kind of hand wavy. Well, we complied with CEQA and that's all we can do. But you're raising the question, with the best available science that we have today, can there be more? And so I think bringing that up is going to be important in our response to the responses. So just putting it out there that we should bring up the cumulative effects and focus on that a little bit in this.
All right, thanks. I think that's a good point. Virginia, yeah.
I was very concerned that so many responses said, this is what CEQA requires. This is what CEQA requires. And that this is what CEQA requires. So I think it's been brought up before, and it was said earlier, we're a committee, we can kind of take on what we want. So, and as I think we've said before, as a different task, I think we should write a letter probably to those legislators and say, this is so frustrating for the reasons that Bob gave, because I don't know that that's been stated well in California. I don't know if it has or not, but we are in a position to say that CEQA needs revision and it is being used on such important matters. And if that's the bar, we need to have a different bar because this is California and they're setting the bar for others.
What do others think about a letter? But from what I understand, I mean, okay, they're referring to CEQA now, but they won't have that opportunity in the future because they're also going to have to comply with other legislation, right? So they can rest on that for a little while, but they will have to respond, to other questions later on. Did I understand that right, Lauren? I'm looking at you.
Well, there are, and we've mentioned this before to you when you were grappling with this question of should you respond at all. So I'll just reiterate that we have let you know that there are future processes relevant to the project, to the Delta Conveyance project, where they're going to need, they're going to get additional permits or approvals, and that there are audiences for those processes that may be interested in what you have to say. And those are not CEQA. Those other processes are not CEQA. They are ones that can pay attention to things that are not limited by CEQA.
Yeah, and if I could just add, Lauren, thank you. I think that's quite apt. And what we've talked about in the past is that we do have this bin of we'd like to suggest how CEQA may not be fully capturing the important environmental changes, and I fully support those comments. We also would like to say where the responses are inadequate or concerning, given what the problems that we raised. So I think we have two buckets here, and I think we should go ahead and include both in this response. But I am interested in both buckets.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a comment from, who was that? That was written out in a letter before or in a review before. This shouldn't be so hard to review.
Yes, I believe that was
So
a Jay Lund
maybe
comment.
we could say
Yeah.
something to that effect. Yeah. Obi?
Yeah, one thing I was thinking, I don't know if this is related, this morning we heard, 2 or 3 projects where they're developing climate adaptation strategies. And here is the EIR addressing this major investment project, creating 2 tunnels, not using best available science or planning. Maybe we may have an opportunity to comment on later, but this would be a missed opportunity to highlight something major that they might start working on, including the modeling, improvements. I think might be a missed opportunity if we don't say this now. Nothing might happen, but I feel like it's our obligation to say this because, this major project is being planned. Just because we may have other opportunities later, maybe by that time the train would have probably left the station in terms of sizing a major project, whereas the best available science has not been used for that planning now because CEQA doesn't require it.
Anna had a comment, yeah.
I'm wondering whether based on Lisa's comment and Obey's comment, I think what you're both driving towards is that potentially our responses to the responses would have two categories. One would be the pieces that we think really ought to be part of the EIR within its self-defined scope of being responsive to CEQA. And then a second section category of comments being saying something along the lines of, we recognize that this is not strictly speaking within the scope of what is required for this particular report. However, here are the aspects based on best available science that are relevant to the project, but not within this particular report. If so, then my question to Lauren and potentially to Edmund would be is whether strategically this is the right type of venue for having that second type or category of comments or not. I mean, I know that in the past you said that, well, whatever we write will inform subsequent steps. And so in that sense, we can add it here, but it does seem somewhat tangential to the main scope of the EIR report that we're assessing at this point.
Yeah, I think the letter will have a broad audience, so I think having some comments that's related to EIR and then having things out of scope with CEQA, I think that's appropriate because the letter, even though it'll be targeted to DBR, be submitted to DBR, it can have broader uses. I think even if it's outside of the scope of CEQA, if it can help inform project design or the future permitting processes that DWR is going to do, that might help them as well as other individuals or programs.
So I think that's valid. I guess then the question that I would pose back to us is that the potential scope of what we might write about then becomes incredibly broad. And so then that comes back to us in terms of how do we prevent this, our response to the responses from being itself a 300-page report. So I'm a little bit concerned that at least for me, I'm back to our initial conversation on this, which is, what do we have in mind? Is this a relatively brief letter, or is this a larger project? And I guess I would feel better if before we table this topic for today, if we had a sense of what it is that we're ultimately driving towards as a product.
Yeah. Lisa, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, for one thing, I would encourage folks to look at the BC, Lauren, help me, BCDP response letter that was shared.
BDCP.
BDCP, yeah, get my acronyms
Bay Delta
correct.
Conservation Plan.
Right, okay, thank you.
So
I
she's
just-
referring to that ISB review and right, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay. Which I think
Well,
we
I'm
provided.
talking about the previous,
Yeah.
about the previous letter that we wrote that was more substantive, but not too detailed about responses to responses. So in my mind, that's a level of detail we could shoot for. So am I talking about the right letter?
Yes, that's the right letter. It's
Right.
It's a response to water fix.
The response to water fix, right? So I think that was shared with folks in the past, and I think that's a feasible level of detail for us, because a challenge I've had is that to really understand some of the responses, as Inga alluded to, you have to read the details of 3 appendices, and unfortunately we just don't have enough time for that. So I don't know how Kenny found the time. He must have had I'm hoping he's telling me that was a long review process, but So the point here is we need to find a level of detail that's comfortable for, what we can review. And we also need to, I think, not get too into the weeds so that we're really highlighting the most important points. So, I might nitpick about something they did on the socioeconomic analysis, but I don't think in the broad scheme of things, it's the most impactful part of the decision document. So I might just leave that out. So I think there's, I think we know in many ways what some of the key issues are, but I think at this point, because we are out of time, I would suggest that folks who haven't had a chance to comment, maybe think about providing some kind of high level comment if you had time to look at the responses to your responses or to your comments. If you had some high level comments and you think they fit within this, high level to intermediate level of detail type of response, that's what I would suggest. What do folks have other opinions?
Yeah.
So again, I think I'm in a distinct minority. I think we run the risk of talking about CEQA in this response to a review that we don't really know how this thing works. That's my concern about that. So I think we should talk about CEQA, but I think we should separate it into its own white paper, policy document or something. I don't like the idea of knowingly going in and saying, we can make a comment, I think, that says, they raised the CEQA flag a lot, but that's what they're supposed to do. So, but I agree completely with Bob's criticism of CEQA. I just don't think this is the right venue. I think it takes away from our substantive comments of on the EIR by including that second bucket. But I can easily be outvoted. I can be kicked off the island. I can be whatever. But I just, a little experience with how these regulatory things work. I don't think it's a good look myself that if we do that. So do I have to leave?
Can I just ask for clarification? When you were talking about the second bucket, I'm hearing two things. One was what I heard Anna articulate, that the second bucket was really more focused on, there are some concerns we have about the impacts that may be outside the scope of CEQA, but they are, given best available science, they're important to address. That's different than
Those I would include.
okay, that's different than
We acknowledge that.
tackling CEQA as inadequate.
That's right.
Yeah,
I guess
okay.
there's three buckets.
Okay,
That's
so,
fine.
so the third bucket, you're saying leave off the table, but the two buckets that Anna articulated are,
If we
fair
stay
game.
within our guardrails
okay,
of that, CEQA didn't say it, but the ERS should do a better job on climate scenarios.
mhm.
I think we can finesse, but to then say CEQA needs to be updated, I don't think this is the right venue for that. And I don't know if people were proposing that, but I wanted to say that clearly.
Agreed.
And maybe just very briefly, potentially, because I'm still trying to think about how to constrain the scope, potentially that second bucket, as Tanya just referred to it, could be relatively brief in the sense that we do have all of our detailed comments from the initial review that we did. And we could just have literally one or two paragraphs that says, we concede that some of the comments that we had go beyond what is required by CEQA. However, they pertain to the state of the science and are relevant, will need to be examined at some point or something like that. We don't necessarily need to itemize them again, but we can just have a bucket that says everything that you said CEQA doesn't require it. We can say that may well be so, and that may well be the right way to limit this report in the context of CEQA. However, to Lauren's point previously, we could just reiterate that we stand by all of our comments as they pertain to the state of the science.
Does that help you for the moment, Lisa? The kind
Well,
of
I think
buckets?
I think the question is, does it help the other board members? I mean, I think what Anna's articulating is consistent with what we've been saying, and so I think I appreciate that clear and articulation. Yeah, I think we want to ground, we always want to ground our comments in why we're saying them. You know, here's a case where scientifically this would be an important impact for assessing fish effects, but it's not required by CEQA. Therefore, there's a problem here. You know, I think that's totally fair, right? So we want there to be good rationale for everything we say. And so if we ground it in our responses, that's the nice thing. So I don't know if that exactly covers what Anna was saying, probably more what Kenny was saying, but yeah, I think at this point it is getting late. So, and I want to let folks go to lunch, but if I think folks need to think about the level of detail they feel comfortable reiterating our comments, as I think Anna said it nicely. Which comments do we need to reiterate is still, I think, not been fully articulated. And I think that only comes from everyone taking a look at the comments they made and seeing how well they were addressed. But like I said, in my case, I may choose not to comment, even though I have concerns, or I may choose to comment at a higher level because I'm not positive if some aspects were addressed if I had read every appendix. So I think we have to find that right level of detail that to fully address this. You know, open up the idea that there's some uncertainty here, but reiterate what we think are the most biggest gaps.
All right. So if you have any more thoughts on that, I would suggest send them to staff. Virginia had some more thoughts.
Well, I certainly agree with this approach, but I do think it's our obligation to send a separate letter about CEQA.
Okay.
And we can look into that. And I'll just let you know, we are not the only ones suggesting that CEQA needs to be updated. So there are policy folks who are making similar noises, but I do think our job is to say scientifically what's inadequate. So yeah, let's find a way to do that. Thank you.
Do you mean in this process, in this context, Virginia, or can that be a separate project that we tackle?
No, I mean, that's a separate initiative we take on. I think it's very important to allow our work to proceed in an authentic way.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, well, let's leave it at that. I think we have earned our lunch break. It's 12:11 now, so. Oh, public comments. Are there public comments?
There are none.
All right. Okay, lunch. Let's reconvene at, let's say, can we say 1:15 to make it a straight number? 1:15. All right. Enjoy. Welcome back to our monthly meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. Our agenda item 9 is that we will hear from our previous postdoctoral scholars. We'll have 2 presentations. And I'll give you a little bit of background on that. Both of our postdoctoral scholars have completed their term with the Delta ISB today. As the Delta ISB postdocs were intended to be a 2-year program, Chair Wainger is working with the council to bring on another Delta ISB postdoc, which will occur during the next fiscal year. So there were some questions about, are we going to have more postdocs because it was such a wonderful thing? Today, though, Dr. Lillian McCormick and Dr. Christine Grace Kabugao, no, I'm sorry, I scrambled it again, Kabugao, will reflect on what they learned from their work as Delta ISB postdoctoral scholars, including their independent research. We will take questions after each presentation and public comments at the end of both presentations. So first will be Dr. Lillian McCormick, and she will be speaking about illuminating food web species interactions in the Bay Delta estuary. Go ahead, Christine. Lillian, I'm sorry, I'm not quite here yet.
No problem. I know we have a challenging task because this is right after lunch. Okay, can everybody see my slides okay in the proper format?
We're
Yeah,
seeing,
okay, awesome.
we're not seeing it. We're seeing them in presenter mode.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, let
And with
me,
Slack.
how about that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. No, we still, I still see your Slack.
You have something in front.
Oh, hang on one sec, sorry.
Yeah, and it also
Just-
didn't fix online.
Just worked a second ago. Hang on one sec. Let's see. Okay, how about that?
That's good.
Good, okay, awesome. Well, thank you for your patience. You'd think by now I would understand how to use Zoom. I guess we all have technology issues every once in a while. So thanks so much for inviting me back, Christine and I, back to chat with you all. I'm really excited to kind of do some reflections, and it was really fun to start thinking about all those things and trying to bring everything that we worked on all together. And so I do want to say that unfortunately I can't quite shake the characteristic that I'm a scientist. So instead of this title, I'm actually going to be talking about this title. Sorry, Edmund, following the flow of knowledge, energy, and communities. Naturally, I only started working on this presentation very recently, so I didn't have quite enough time to have a good title ahead of time. But anyway, let's move on. So naturally, when you're doing reflections, you usually start thinking about where you came from and then where you're going. And so I naturally went back to the first presentation that I gave the Delta Independent Science Board, when I kind of explored some ideas, some of my history from starting off in oceanography, and also my motivations for transition to the Delta for this postdoc. And so these were my three main goals for this postdoc and why I really wanted to transition to the Delta and working for a different system. So they were specifically to conduct interdisciplinary holistic research on multiple scales, to assess human impacts on different ecosystems, and also to engage with stakeholders, communities, and policymakers. So namely, that can be broken down into three main topics: research, knowledge, and community. So I'm going to kind of talk about these three components with respect to some of the things that I've worked on with the ISB to kind of, I guess, move through my reflections. I did a number of projects in support of the ISB. So I did support the ISB on two main reviews: the Decision Making Under Deep Uncertainty Review, or DMDU, and the Food Webs Review. And what was really interesting about working on these main ISB reviews is that I really was a part of them from kind of the idea and the whole thought process, moving all the way up to kind of the final product. So that was a really cool experience to be a part of the entire process of one of the ISB's reviews, because it was a really good learning process for me. In addition, I worked on an independent research project examining species interactions in food webs in the Delta. And I also provided additional support for the ISB on the EIR review, the science needs assessment summary document, in addition to the adaptive monitoring manuscript, which is kind of a publication that is in progress, coming from the monitoring enterprise report that the ISB did a few years ago. So obviously I don't have time to focus on all of these today, so I'm just going to focus on the main ISB reviews and some aspects of my independent research. Okay, so with respect to research, I'll start off with DMDU. Again, I was part of this ISB review process throughout from the beginning. So starting with the prospectus, where we did a bunch of literature reviews, then learned about decision making under deep uncertainty and what deep uncertainty was, and wrote a prospectus for this review. And then in addition, we had this delightful seminar series where we learned all about applications of decision-making under deep uncertainty from various practitioners, whether they be scientists or decision makers or social scientists. And we also had this really large component of the review that was a research project, which I played a large role in. And so this was broken down into two main phases. And the overall objective of this was to investigate the development and application of scenarios to address deep uncertainty in the Delta region. So phase one really tried to understand how scenarios were being developed and designed to address uncertainty and deep uncertainty in the Delta. And then phase two, or I should step back and say phase one, we examined 18 scenarios and kind of a team-based coding analysis. And then in phase two, it was really designed to see what the application of scenarios is in decision support in the Delta. So this was a series of interviews, and that was designed, again, to understand kind of how scenarios are being used and the thought process and motivation behind those scenarios. So what did we learn? So first, I will say that I did not really know a lot about or anything about deep uncertainty before I started this review or became a part of this review. And so a lot of these aspects and the tools that we use to conduct this review were really new and different for me. So it was a really awesome learning experience. So I learned how to create questions and a code book for this kind of quantitative coding analysis, and then also how to analyze the data that we received from reading all these scenarios in a way that just I was not familiar with. So it's a really cool learning process. As far as some of the results that the DMDU review has come up with so far, just briefly, I know this has been explained in other contexts, but so we saw that generally few scenarios use deep uncertainty, but there are some that do, which is really promising. And generally, a lot of the scenarios that are developed in the Delta use best practices for modeling uncertainty. So they really have that down of how to model uncertainty. And that's really important. And so then also we found that scenarios could utilize participatory methods more often, for example, like using qualitative data or non-traditional methods like game development. So I'm not going to explain this figure on the right. It's, again, mostly just for a visual representation of DMDU. But briefly, this figure was one that the team designed to show levels of uncertainty that were considered in various scenarios that we examined across the Bay Delta region, where, generally lower levels of uncertainty were found in kind of the straight line in the center, and then increasing uncertainty as you go out to the sides of the cone. But again, not going to explain that in detail today, so feel free to ask questions if you have more questions about that. Okay, so for the community aspect of DMDU, this was a really highly collaborative project. So not only did we have a fabulous team to be working on this, and so I worked really, really closely with Shoko and Christine and Kyra on this research project and really the quantitative coding analysis, but also the amazing DMDU leads. It was just so fun working with them on this project. In addition, we heard from a wide variety of speakers from all over the world about how they actually apply DMDU in real life. And then we got to talk to some of the authors of the scenarios themselves in the interview process, so in phase two. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about that now. So essentially, in these interviews, we were really interested in how these scenarios were, why these scenarios were developed, and essentially the background for that. So providing context for the analysis that we did. And it was a really, really cool process to actually be able to talk to the authors of the scenarios, to really learn the motivations and challenges behind the scenarios in a way that was not really apparent when you just read a 50-page document or something that describes the scenarios. So that was a really cool and interesting process that I really enjoyed. All right, so moving on to food webs, and also touching a little bit of my independent research. So for food webs, again, this was a review that I got to be a part of from kind of inception all the way up to now I guess the review is out for public comment, which is really exciting. So again, we started with a really thorough literature review, a prospectus to kind of try to describe the process that we were going to undertake, as well as get public feedback on what types of a process and what types of knowledge would be useful for the community. We had a whole series of Delta community discussions where we really interacted with a lot of different groups and understood kind of their priorities and how they were thinking about food webs. We created a briefing paper that was kind of a pre-workshop paper that provided context, especially since for part of the workshop, we had some out-of-town speakers coming in. So it kind of provided a little more context of the Delta itself and some of the concerns that exist there. And then we had the 2-day food webs workshop, which was a really cool, awesome experience in developing a workshop. I had never really developed a workshop before. I have been a part of so many, and it really gave me appreciation for what the other side of workshops look like. So the development aspect of it. And then writing the review. So really just providing support to summarize a lot of the information that we gained from the Delta discussions, as well as the workshop. And then for my independent research, it was pretty much food webs tangential. And so I really explored species interactions within the food web context in the Bay Delta area. So the objective for this independent research, this is for the food webs research. So the objective for this was to assess the state of the science related in understanding upper trophic level food webs in the Delta that could benefit individual species management and also ecosystem-based management. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with the motivation behind this now, but again, changes to one species can really affect the abundance of other species, and food web interactions may play a really important role in a number of issues that are apparent in the Delta. So for example, habitat restoration, native and non-native species interactions, climate change, flows, and then also the cycling of contaminants. So for my independent research, I conducted a literature review covering multiple search engines. And so the objectives of this were really to understand the spread of science that covers food web interactions in the Bay Delta region, determine the science gaps. So for example, does some of this science focus more on native species versus non-native species, or higher trophic levels or lower trophic levels? And then also to really evaluate what types of species interactions were studied. So do we focus mostly on predation versus competition, et cetera? So what did we learn? Lots is the really short answer to that question. But what was really interesting about the food webs review was that it was really this cool combination of both taking new knowledge from what we learned, but then also synthesizing the huge amount of information that exists in the Delta on food webs right now. So we were lucky in that we could draw from this just huge amount of science that's been created on food webs and huge knowledge base that existed already. So really it was a matter of synthesizing that and kind of bringing certain ideas or gaps to the forefront so that I guess you could kind of organize the thoughts about food webs that we found in the Delta and in a way that could move things forward. So we learned a lot, especially about food web models and different types of models, as well as their use, particularly with respect to the Delta and what might be useful there. We learned about applications of food web models and food web science for Delta management. And then again, as I said, through kind of the Delta discussions topics, as well as a synthesis of the workshop materials, the ISB came up with 4 main recommendations that's now being shown in the food webs review. So I'm not going to go over those today. I think Bob is going to cover them later on to this afternoon. So I'll move on from that to species interactions. So for my independent research, again, it's not important to focus on the specifics of this figure. It's really just a visual representation of some of the things that I found. So with this, I was really able to learn a lot of new tools. So this is the first time I had really conducted a structured literature review and worked with developing a Prisma diagram and kind of some of the new kind of proper methodology for conducting a structured literature review. And I found some interesting results so far. So this is very much still underway. But so far, what I've seen is that there are pretty clear regional differences in the quantity of studies, so the number of studies that have been conducted, and as well as the topic of those studies. So both the species of interest and the status, so whether the species are listed or non-listed, as well as the trophic level that the species feeds at. And more comprehensive studies that cross boundaries, such as across the ocean to the bay to the delta, typically have a lower trophic level focus. So that's kind of what I've learned so far. I'm still very much in progress of this, so stay tuned for further conclusions. So this was a really cool project as well, because of the community aspect of it. So like I said, this was a really collaborative, iterative process, very similar to DMDU. I really enjoyed working with all the food webs leads, and really, I feel like it was a really cool process to see how public comments were really taken seriously and really tried to be incorporated into the kind of the workshop that we were developing, as well as the review, to understand what would be most useful for the community. In addition to the community discussions, we had the pre-workshop discussions to kind of talk about what we wanted the speakers to speak on, as well as, just developing the workshop itself. And this information, I presented my independent research at SURF, which is a conference that I attended in November, on community, coastal and estuarine research. And then as well as tomorrow, Bob and I will give a presentation on the food webs review at the IEP workshop, which will be a lot of fun. So within these community discussions, again, just that community interaction, really talking to people, really provided context and purpose for the review. And it was really, really interesting for me, who was, coming in very unfamiliar with the Delta and all the agencies and groups that are a part of this community, to learn the science priorities and motivations of various groups in the area, as well as kind of the workshop brought together a number of speakers that work outside of the Delta. And it was just a really cool community with both a combination of speakers and then also a really good group of really excited and dedicated participants for the workshop. Okay, so in summary, generally when I'm reflecting, I was focusing on research. So what did I do? Knowledge, what did I learn? And then community, who did I connect with? So for research aspect, I learned a lot about DMDU. This was a topic I had never really interacted with at all, and learning some social science methods and skills, which was really, really cool to kind of expand my toolbox and just honestly get a better understanding of how people come at questions in science and look at things. So yeah, we created a briefing paper before the workshop, and then the food webs review is now out for public comment. So please public comment on it so that ISB can get some good comments to respond to. Knowledge, what did I learn? So this is a really cool artist depiction of the Delta that shows a number of species and that exist in the Delta. You don't see the humans on this, which is one aspect of the ecosystem that's missing and was actually a huge component of the things that I learned about the Delta. So it's just such a cool system, and that it's just so connected with human and ecological needs, and just the management of it is just has to be holistic because that's the only option. So that was just a really cool system to learn and be a part of. In addition to a lot of the other work that I've talked about today, I also attended a lot of other workshops and seminars that are put on by the Delta community. So the ISB, Managing Subsided Lands in the Delta, they put on an amazing 2-day workshop. The Delta Salinity Management workshops, and again, this SURF conference that I was a part of in November. And so this is just a very small number of the things that I learned and was a part of during my postdoc. And so there are a number of them, so I learned quite a bit. And then community, just this was probably one of my favorite parts about this postdoc was the folks I met. And so not only just working with the ISB and all the incredible scientists on the ISB, going to go see the tours of the Delta, just really placing everything in context when you can see the environment and you can see the management in person is really, really helpful. But in addition to the ISB members, it's all the other folks that, you know, Lauren and Edmund and Kyra and all the other staff that just, they have such a depth of scientific knowledge on the Delta and provide such a context to the work that the ISB does that's so crucial. And all the other folks that work with the science program. So, you know, I interacted quite a bit with Dylan Chappell, and that was really wonderful to get to know him and interact with him. But everybody kind of who I met in the larger science community was just really wonderful and really made this postdoc. So I will stop my rambling now and say thank you, and I'm happy to talk more or answer any questions if you have them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lillian, for that. Let's take some questions first. We'll have questions. No questions. Did we just lose her? Is she still there?
I'm still here.
Do you still hear? Well, Bob has a question. Hang on.
Well, I'll just speak for all of us. We couldn't have done it without you, Lillian. You did a great job, and I, for one, and I'm sure there are many other people around this table who really appreciate your efforts. So thank you so much. And we wish you the very, very best going forward here. So, and I'll see you tomorrow. You better be on it tomorrow.
Well, I second that, and I was holding off with, you know, saying all the nice things until we had answered the questions. But you know that people here are going to miss you dearly and have thoroughly enjoyed working with you, and we've showered you with praise in, I think, our last meeting already. But thank you so much for presenting your reflections here. And Tanya would like to say something. Hang on. Thank you so much. So I'll hand over to Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Lillian. And I'll just echo again what's already been said. Your contributions have been invaluable, and it was just so terrific getting to know you. And I love all your figures too, like your ability to put complex information into a nice little picture is just terrific. So my question for you is, what advice would you give to a new postdoc coming in that we could convey to them? Should we get a new postdoc? That is in the works, right? Yes.
Sounds like
Okay.
it, yeah.
What advice would you have?
Yeah, thanks everybody also for your very kind words. No need to replicate the last meeting. That was very kind. Thank you. It was very nice to listen to those, the recording of last meeting. Yeah, great question, Tanya. I would say 100% be a sponge. So take in as much information as you can, and without overloading the postdoc's plate, definitely be a part of many projects as possible, because really just it's a really, really invaluable postdoc in that you have the ability to really step outside that kind of narrow focus that you develop in grad school and really, really just learn something new, expand, and just learn things from a new perspective. And I think that was just really incredibly valuable. And so I would say get to know the ISB members, understand the kind of research they do, get to know them, really start talking to the Delta community, understanding even if the reviews that they're working on don't really require that, definitely reach out to different groups and agencies, take that time to learn about folks and the science that's going on in the community, as well as, you know, reaching out to the Delta Science Program and getting involved with some of those seminars and workshops and meeting that community as well, because it's just really, really wonderful and really interesting to learn about what everybody's working on and what everybody's doing. So definitely be a sponge, learn as much as possible.
Well, that's wonderful. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow and maybe the next days as well. Oh, somebody else. Hang on. Ope. Oh, hang on. We're not done here.
Yeah, Lillian, thank you. I was I was really impressed with the way you were able to move from one project to another and be very effective in each one of them. But I want to highlight a couple of things that you contributed, you helped us with. One is, if I recall, in the EIR review, you did some programming in R. That was very impressive. They took some data and were able to write some code. But more importantly, the cone of uncertainty, what you did was very, useful for the DMDU work. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Obey. Yeah, it was really, really fun to be a part of those projects.
And Tom, didn't you want to say something? I thought you did. You don't have to.
No, I can definitely say something. Well, one thing I discovered that, although Christine was the primary person helping us with the subsidence thing, back in the shadows, all of a sudden Lillian would appear and fill in. We were impressed by your dexterity in terms of being able to take on things real quickly at the last minute to help us out. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks.
And I'm sure your new employer will find out soon what a valuable person you are. So thank you very much. Do we have everybody? Okay. So see you tomorrow then. I look forward to it. So do we have Christine online already, Edmund? Yeah?
Yes, we do.
Our next, hi, Christine. Our next, and I'm going to scramble your name again. I fear. Next, we're going to have a presentation on her reflections by Christine Grace Kabugao. No, I didn't.
Perfect. Yes.
And the title, if it hasn't changed, is Bridging Science and Stewardship, Reflections from an Outgoing Postdoc. So go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. And then I will put it in presenter mode. So hopefully that is correct. Let me just fix that. Okay, is that showing up correctly on the screen? Okay, perfect. I see thumbs up. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me back here to kind of provide my reflections. Very grateful that Lillian went first to provide kind of an overview of what it's like to be a postdoc in this position. And the title has not changed. And so when I was thinking about this talk, I was also thinking about future postdocs. And so I structured this more to think about, what have I learned and how are the things that I've learned useful to the position that I'm now in with the Nature Conservancy. So for those of you who have not yet heard, I am the new Community and Climate Resiliency Manager with the Nature Conservancy in Missouri. So I've provided my institutional email as well so that you can get in touch with me. And so when I was asked to do this talk, I was thinking about, well, what have I learned during my time with the board, and how much of that am I using for this new position? And I was very pleased to be able to say that honestly, I'm using almost everything that I've learned during my time with the board. And that's why I titled it this talk, because I feel like this postdoc experience does such a wonderful job of preparing early career scientists for kind of occupying this interface between, more traditional, narrow focus scientific backgrounds, which is where Lillian and I were coming from, to more of the management and policy world that I feel like scientists are more and more being asked to inhabit, or at least be able to be conversational about. So like Lillian, I started first with thinking about, who was I 2 years ago? What was I interested in? What was I talking about? And so this is a slide from the very first talk that I gave to the Delta ISB, where I was talking about my expectations and hopes for the program. And so I went back to listen to it, and I said something along the lines of, being excited about learning, what adaptive management means, and how do we use the data that scientists create to do adaptive management, and then the idea of taking those kind of research skills and applying them to different sets of problems. And I will say that the board and this postdoc in particular has definitely delivered on the opportunity to do all of those things. So as Tom alluded to, I was very heavily involved with the subsidence review in terms of crafting not only the subsidence workshop, but also engaging with community members about what it was that they were interested in discussing at this workshop. And so I think that this is somewhat largely true for many disciplinary graduate programs where it's not necessarily a focus to do community engagement at all. And that's not the fault of programs. It's a time thing. When you're busy learning different scientific techniques, there's not as much time spent on thinking about, who are the stakeholders that need to be involved or that this research needs to be communicated to. And so that experience that I had with Tom and the others involved in this work, with meeting with people, bringing them to the table, having discussions about how to kind of deal with this very thorny issue that affects the entire Delta, was very eye-opening for me. It was not lost on me that the conversations that we had during this workshop were some of the first that I've had with actual farmers, and having to really get their perspective on, when we talk about land use, what does that mean to them and what are their priorities? And that's something that is very directly relevant to the work that I'm doing now with the Nature Conservancy, where it's our goal to try to bring people to the table. And that was something that I think 2 years ago, Christine from 2022 wouldn't have been as comfortable operating in that space had it not been for this postdoc. And so one of the things that Lillian and I worked on was actually looking at Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. In between all these other reviews, there were other things that we were looking into. And so this was a presentation that we gave in October 2022, where we were looking at compensatory mitigation. We were looking at reports from the Natural Resource Council and trying to understand kind of, how effective is compensatory mitigation really when it comes down to it. And so this is something that is not unique to the Delta. People are asking that question all over the place, including in Missouri. So when I came in with that knowledge, I don't think that it was lost on my current bosses when I was able to interview and display that kind of breadth of knowledge, because they were expecting somebody from a more disciplinary, narrow focused background. And so having worked on this project with the board really displayed kind of the flexibility. And I hope that that's something that, future postdocs are aware of is a true benefit. And I just wanted to add a nod to the Food Webs workshop, which was primarily led by Lillian, for sure. But I was very grateful to at least have gotten a chance to be part of that and learn a little bit more about aquatic ecosystems. One of the directors that I work with, this is actually a big focus of his, the aquatic connectivity piece. And so we're talking about environmental flows. We're talking about the way that this affects fish species. And this is something where, having walked in with some conversational knowledge of what all that means has been a really big benefit. And I think that's something that has benefited me, but it was also something that I was very proud to have learned, having primarily come from a terrestrial background. And last but not least, as Lillian covered during her talk, both of us were fortunate to be part of the decision-making under deep uncertainty review. This was, out of all the things that we've had to learn as part of this postdoc, I feel like I'm comfortable in saying that this one was probably one of the ones that was most outside of our realm of expertise. This is full social science, which is something that I've certainly never come across before. And so getting a chance to not only learn how to collect that kind of information, but also how to analyze and communicate it was a huge help. So I really want to thank Shoko, Lisa, and Tanya for having the patience to walk us through what that looks like in order to support the board's efforts for this review. And for one of my tasks, I was responsible at kind of looking at some of the data that we had around climate hazards. And one of my responsibilities now in my scope of work is actually to look at climate hazards for Missouri and try to understand how to adapt our conservation portfolio accordingly. So this is a direct one-to-one parallel where this is a type of task that I don't even know if I would know how to approach it had it not been for my experiences with the board. So I really extend a lot of gratitude for having been offered that opportunity. So the running theme kind of across all of these different projects is being able to take something familiar from my background in ecology and looking at it from a bit of a different perspective. And so one direct example of that is the independent research that I was able to pursue with the board and am still pursuing because it's still not done. So this is a familiar slide for many, if not all of you. And this was a slide where I was talking about the new, 2017 carbon market protocol for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And so this region is fortunate in even having one in the first place for wetland restoration and rice agriculture. So this is a methodology that would allow you to generate credits and calculate out how many credits you would receive for converting traditional cropland into wetland restoration or rice agricultural purposes. And so one of the questions that I was really interested in looking at is we have new tools, new methods, new ways of thinking about carbon. And are there ways to integrate that in with the models that are currently being used to estimate how much carbon is actually sequestered from these different land uses? Can we use those to improve the modeling that's currently being done? And so as part of an attempt to answer that question, I started a semi-structured narrative literature review. And so this slide, I think, is new for most of you who haven't seen, the previous presentation, because I received comments that I needed to have a better methodology slide in the manuscript that I was writing as part of this. So this is the new methods figure for that work. And the last time that I reported on this, I believe I was under a third of the way through the 142 papers that I was looking at. And so I am happy to report I'm at least a third of the way through now. So it's the needle has moved just a little bit, though I still have quite a bit of a way to go. And so for this literature review, I'm focusing specifically on the carbon stabilization mechanisms that deal with mineral associated organic matter, microbial communities, and soil aggregation. I have received comments that I really might need to reevaluate the soil aggregation piece. So I have reached out to Dr. Judy Drexler to explain the manuscript, share the abstract, and get her thoughts on whether or not this makes sense. And so this is in response to the fact that normally soil aggregation has to do with soil cores that are not quite as peaty as the ones that are in the soil. So I think Lauren is the one who shared photos before of the soil core, where when you pull it up, it's a lot of undecomposed plant matter. So soil aggregation in that sense might not necessarily make sense for deltaic soils. So I am looking into that. And so that's a new-ish update to this particular piece of work. And so this is a schematic, a very simplified diagram where I'm effectively relating those three different components and how they might interact for the soil organic matter cycling that I'm interested in looking at. And so this is used as a centerpiece in the manuscript to effectively round it into these three different sections. And so the different arrows are effectively the pieces of the paper that I'm discussing in terms of, are there better ways that we can model the way that microbial communities affect dissolved organic matter and things like that. So I'm working on it. I've just been onboarding for the past month, so progress has been a little bit slower. But now that my schedule is a little bit more under my control, I hope that I'll be able to make faster progress than in the previous month. So the last thing I want to end with is just a very big thank you. As I've mentioned in the very beginning, the skills that I've learned through this postdoctoral work has been directly related to the work that I'm doing now. And it was something that I've been pursuing for a long time. I always came into graduate school with the idea that I was going to work in an organization like this. And that was something that would have been impossible without all of you and all of your mentorship. So thank you so much again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Christine. I would like to As you know, many of the things we said before apply to you as well. Everybody was super happy working with you, and we'll miss you, but we're also very proud of you. And in your new position, to apply all the things you've learned here. So Tanya would like to say something, and Tom first.
I have a question for you. You mentioned the real effort we made to deal with stakeholders. And I have to confess, that was the first time I had organized a workshop that was so focused on stakeholders. Typically in science, what we do is we call our friends when we're organizing a workshop, and that's usually the way the thing is developed. But what did you find to be the most challenging about that effort? What did you learn from it?
So I actually remember when we started doing this, I was asked to compile a list, and I believe that list is still on box somewhere in the subscience folder. And I remember it was something like 126 rows, because I was looking at different reporting documents and looking at the organizations that were involved. And so it was a very long list. And I remember you and I had a conversation, and you said, we can't talk to all of those people. Like it was too big of a list. And so I think that the challenging thing was determining like scope and like how to identify who are the people that can really move levers in this conversation from, you know, that gigantic of all the potential stakeholders that you could have. Who are the ones that we really need to talk to so that we can get things moving. And I don't know that there was like a quick fix for that. It was through trial and error of talking with some of the networks that have already been developed. And then kind of it's in DMDU, I think the term is snowballing, which is the technical term for when you go to different people that you know are nodes of information, and then you get them to bring people in that you might not otherwise have access to, which I think is ultimately what we ended up doing, where we asked people, who should we bring in? And so we were able to narrow it down from that gigantic Excel spreadsheet.
Tanya.
Hey, Christine, great job on your presentation, and you just nailed the snowballing method, so good job. Yeah, I just want to express my gratitude for all the work that you've done on the DMDU project, on the subsidence project, on everything. And you and Lillian have just you've both been so adaptable and willing to say yes to almost anything we asked you to do. So I guess my question is the same question I had for Lillian, which is, what advice would you give to an incoming postdoc? And would you tell them to put up stronger boundaries?
Yeah, I think Lillian alluded to this in her response too. I think both of us were very eager to say yes to everything, which was not necessarily a bad thing. But then if there weren't stronger boundaries, or if there wasn't such a discerning effort by the board to place limits on themselves to make sure they weren't putting too much on our plate, it could become problematic. And so I will say that I felt very lucky that with everybody that I worked with, there was almost, you know, a very conscious effort to be like, is this too much, you know, given everything that they're doing. And so I really, for the incoming postdoc, especially because there's only going to be one, that's gonna need to be a higher priority, because both of us were here, as Tom mentioned, we could kind of, you know, help out as needed and be flexible in that way. But since there's only one incoming postdoc, they're going to need to be very careful about what they say yes to, just because there is a balance between taking on too much and not being able to put the right amount of effort into each thing, right? Like, you still want to be able to produce good work. You still want to be able to read the relevant papers. You don't want to be too shallow and not be able to provide the right information that the board needs. And then I think the second thing I would say is,
I hope that the future postdoc, and I want to say this on public record, feels comfortable reaching out to both Lillian and I for support, or just if there's anything that we can do to fill them in on projects that might still be ongoing that we were part of. I just want to make sure that this is somewhere so that they know that we're very comfortable with being reached out to, and that we're more than happy to be a resource to future postdocs.
Well, thank you. That is very generous of you. Thank you. We will remember. Obi would like to say
Yeah.
something.
Hey, Christine, thank you very much. I would say the same thing I said to Lillian. I think your ability to work on multiple projects at the same time, and some of which you knew a lot, and some others you didn't know very much, like the DMDU. So really impressed with that ability. Also, I want to thank you for working on the DMDU project, and you and Lillian and Kyra and Shoko, you all put together something that was very difficult to kind of make sense in the beginning. I think the summary report is excellent, I think. And I have a question for you on that. I was wondering, what is the most challenging aspects of the DMDU project so far? And if you have any kind of good suggestion how to proceed.
Yeah, we've had many conversations about what parts of the DMD project were challenging. I think it's a different, coding was very difficult for me, because it was about what we thought the words meant, and then having to, the way that we coded was, we would work in pairs. And then so sometimes the way that we were interpreting things was slightly different. So then we had to have a conversation about, well, how are we interpreting things? And does that need to be recalibrated? So that whole process is it's just new to me, because I had only ever worked with quantitative data before. So right, 42 is 42. You don't have to define what that is. But we would have conversations about well, what is a driver? What does that mean? and Lillian is laughing because we talked about that quite a bit. And so I totally understand why that's important to do that. And I'm grateful to have gone through that process. But that was the most difficult part for me, is wrapping my head around coding and the way you interpret things matters for collecting the data in a rigorous way. So I feel like I'm still learning that. I don't think I'm quite out of the woods yet, but that was the most difficult part.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, Lisa Marie.
Hi, Christine. This is Lisa Marie Wyndham Myers. I just wanted to, again, echo what other people are saying, how impressed they are. I think that you were fearless in stepping into a really difficult, broad, set of ideas that came up in the subsidence of reversal workshop, and then are pulling it together in a way that actually pushes the science forward. So I just wanted to thank you very much for taking the time on that. And my question to you really is, or not a question, it's really a request. Can we consider you a resource for the Delta Science Program too, as we sort of develop some of these strategic ways forward? Because I think you've thought through things that we haven't yet. So thanks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm glad that you brought that up, because I think one of my hopes for this postdoctoral program is that as postdocs go out into these kind of different realms of work, that we're able to kind of build the network that the Delta has. And so I'm hoping that as I'm doing this conservation work, that if there's something I run into that is useful, I'm hoping to bring that back. And I think that that's true of Lillian as well. And so please consider me a resource as well. And anything I can do to be useful, I'm more than happy to be.
Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
All right. That's wonderful. Thank you. And it was great to see you again. And we wish you all the best on your path and in your work, and hope to see you again in the future, of course. Yeah.
We have to take public comments too.
Oh, the public, yes, I haven't forgotten. Are there public comments?
Yes, we have a public comment by Stephen Brandt. Stephen, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Feel free to introduce yourself to the board if you haven't already before.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Well, I just wanted to take this time to really publicly thank both Christine and Lillian for such a tremendous job they've done. I certainly echo all the wonderful comments that the other board members have made. You know, both of you joined the board at really a critical time and just did such a tremendous job to help the board through things and to finish up a number of reviews, and of course working on the major reviews that have gone so far already. I think that these postdoc positions are really quite different than most postdoc positions, and as mentioned, they require that flexibility and adaptability, and working on such a diverse and complex series of not only topics, but with the different board members, working with community engagement, working on things that range from literature review to programming to workshops to interpreting what board members say to working as a team. And I think that the fact that you two worked so well as a team together, as well as with the various subgroups of the board, really made that very successful. So I really think that you were really instrumental in our progress, and I really want to thank you thank you for all of that. Also, congratulations on your new positions, and I want to wish you the best on those. So thanks again, and if I can ever be of any help to either of you or in any way, please let me know. So two other people to thank. I want to thank Jessica Pearson, actually, for having the wisdom to fund these positions. And then I also want to thank the Shauna O as the director of the California Sea Grant program, and also the California Sea Grant program for happily willing to host the two postdocs. So thanks, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Stephen. Good to hear from you. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 10, which gives us some time to discuss the subsidence review that we've heard a lot about already. Background, on October 19 and 20, 2023, we conducted a public workshop in Sacramento that focused on basic and applied science that would improve management of subsidence lands in the Delta. An outline is now available for discussion. The goal is to assess interest from the board on the structure of the review and any questions as it differs from our other thematic reviews. I will now turn over to Tom to provide an overview of the report and to facilitate the discussion.
Alrighty.
Okay.
As Ingo mentioned, the primary thing I wanted to accomplish today was to focus on the structure of the review. And what you're really looking at in your folder is the table of contents. And there is actually a report behind this, but the staff was editing it and there just wasn't enough time to finish the draft of the report. And rather having you read rough drafts, I'd prefer to have you something closer to the final than we are. But there is a report written that, as I said, this is just the table of contents for it. And the reason I wanted you to think a little bit about the structure, I've been on the board now, I think it's 6-7 years. And the structure of our reviews there was pretty much a standard to it. And what changed for me was Lauren did a review of all the reviews, the review of reviews. And one of her observations was that we needed to get more stakeholder interaction. And that was one reason I asked Christine that question, because in my professional experience, when I've been involved in organizing a workshop, it's pretty straightforward. You know who the other experts are. And if there's some holes, you call a friend to find out who's working in that area. And it was always pretty straightforward to put together a workshop at a professional meeting. It required, of course, the usual organizational details and stuff, but it wasn't nearly the work that this was. We talked to a lot of people, not the 120 that you mentioned, but we made a serious effort, and it actually reflected on how we ran the review. The approach became more to address the problems that came out of the stakeholders' discussions, and not so much our personal biases as to what should be included in such a review. And then as the report came together, and this is where I'd like to focus on the structure, there's a copy of the table of contents in your folders. You might, oh, here we go. And for a while, I was thinking we needed an executive summary and all the standard stuff, but then I began to, as the pieces started coming together, I began to realize we could do it a little bit differently. And so rather than an executive summary, what we have is this thing called findings and recommendations. And there's a brief introduction, and it basically looks like your standard executive summary, but it seemed kind of silly to put it in there twice and call it once an executive summary and once what we have here. And the findings and recommendations fall, not too surprisingly, in the buckets that we had at the workshop, narrowing down a little bit, but my thinking is that a lot of our reports tend to be quite voluminous, which really discourages probably the important readers from reading it. And sometimes it's even hard to find in a document something that you can read quickly to get through it. The executive summaries now tend to grow and grow until they're journal articles almost by themselves. And I think for the critical audiences we want to reach, that doesn't help. So the goal here is to sort of lead the person right into the material. There's an introduction to the findings and recommendations that sort of sets the stage so that they're not stranded. Yeah.
One thing on that first section under findings and recommendations, I don't think we have a subheading there for the agriculture.
Oh,
Are we missing some?
it is missing in that one.
Are we missing a section?
Yeah. I think it's called agricultural practice
Yeah.
after subsidence management and research. Somehow it got deleted.
Yeah, it may have been just like a formatting.
Yeah, that's what I suspected.
It's off
Just
to the right.
Since we're talking about what's in there,
Thanks
I
for
just want to
catching.
make sure because that was one of our 4 workshop panels.
And if you want to talk more about these, that's fine. I think what I'm primarily interested in hearing is your reaction to the way we've organized the report. And hopefully by the next meeting, I think we'll be able to have a draft that's ready to be read by all of you and would benefit from comments. Basically, after that section, the findings and recommendations, the rest of the report is the workshop. And what we've done is we've written a brief background statement on the Delta so that if somebody is not familiar with the Delta, they'll be able to hopefully come up to speed. And then tried to be specific about what the problem was, which is repeated from the earlier section. And then Christine put together brief summaries of each of the panel presentations. They're also on CalSpan, and there's a link in the report to those, so somebody can revisit the workshop if they want. And in working on findings and recommendations, I found that extremely helpful. I can go back, attend the workshop for that section and make sure I got everything that was discussed included in it. And that's pretty much it. So the report will consist of this findings and recommendations with a brief introduction that would, I hope, and I guess you can be the judge of this when you see the report, serve as an executive summary for it. And then there'll be a report on the workshop. And if this works out well, it might give us an alternative model for some of our reviews that are focused more on workshops than extensive literature reviews, and actually make for a more efficient way of turning a review around. There's still obviously a lot of work, but one of the problems we've had in the past, they grow to be such massive volumes that it just takes a lot of effort to turn them out. And yeah, I guess what I'd be most interested in is just your reaction to the structure of the report.
Well, I liked it, Tom. I liked it a lot, and I think it's a really interesting way to go. It gets the essence of the activity right up front, and it seems like it'd be a very clear path to follow. The only comment I would have, since I didn't have the opportunity to read all the text, the draft, but is just to make sure, and I'm sure you've done it, is to make sure the goals and objectives perhaps precede the findings and recommendation, just for give the reader orientation, which
They're actually there in the draft. Yeah.
all right, well, that's good.
Yeah.
And
Goals 1 and 2.
okay, anyway, I liked it very much. I'll
Yeah.
just stop there.
Yeah, well, we have approached this really from the idea of trying to get the information out there like you're describing, so that the agency who happens to look at it gets right to the heart of the matter, doesn't have to dig. I don't know who was first. Virginia?
Well, I can go. I do like this organization, especially with the goals up front, because whatever we call it, the key information needs to be there, and saying what the recommendations are, I think, is to the point. I would say, looking at the really nice poster that they put together, I think it's useful to include 2 figures, the overview of current data landscapes and risks, and then also the nice map.
Okay.
I think those are useful both to have in those introductory pages. The preliminary
What was
pages.
the first one?
They have a little graph here that's overview of current Delta landscape and risks, and it kind of shows a diagram of what it looks like. And that has always helped me understand it. You'll see it on the poster on the left side.
All right. Anna? Is that okay?
I'm also a big proponent of, the tell them what you're going to tell them, then tell them what you told them format for presentations and reports. I like this model. My question is, would you, if you have them up front, they obviously need to be self-contained enough that someone can at least follow and understand them without having to then jump around and read the latter parts of the report.
Yeah.
And so potentially, for example, well, first of all, just reading them and making sure that they are self-contained enough to be understandable. But also, I wonder if then referring to the sections directly where the more sort of meat behind the ultimate findings and recommendations are discussed in more detail to make it easy for people to go back and forth would be a good way to have the benefit of the structure you're suggesting, but also facilitate a deeper dive for people who are interested. And related to that, at the risk of making the report slightly longer, would the findings and recommendation then also be listed in the longer sections within the report, or would they only appear at the front? Because if they're only at the front, my concern is that then you read the more substantive ones, and then you have to remember, I have no idea, 10, 20, 30 pages earlier, where the conclusions from that section were. And so if numbering the findings and recommendations such that they might be listed a second time in the meaty sections, but that would provide better flow. I'm not sure. That's my only concern, is about flow and having to jump back and forth.
Well, one of the issues, I think it was Lauren, you raised, that the findings and recommendations had to be understandable to a civilian. So that I think that's the way we're going to deal with the issue. And that's the editing challenge right now, how you do that, because very often you want to use a technical word. And I can remember when I was doing the briefing to the Delta Stewardship Council and about what we were thinking about doing, and I used the word biogeochemistry, and Virginia immediately came back with biogeochemistry. And I realized I had just reached too deep into the tool bag to transmit any information. So that's the kind of thing we're struggling with right now in terms of the findings and recommendations. They have to be intelligible to the civilian, and that's going to take.
For sure. I guess I'm
Very
referring
fitting.
more with this model of having the findings and recommendations up front, which in principle, I think is a really good idea. How do you do that and yet keep the report easy to navigate for people such that they're
Yeah.
not jumping back and forth?
In a way, this is two reports. This is the board's findings and recommendations from the workshop. And this is a report on the workshop itself.
Can I respond, just jump into, yeah, I like your idea, Anna, of maybe somehow in the summary of what we learned from the workshop, referring back to those findings and recommendations. There could probably be a synthesized way we could do that. One of the challenges with the recommendations, though, is that our recommendations are the board's recommendations. They weren't necessarily the recommendations that were agreed upon by the workshop panelists. And so we have this summary from workshop panelists, and the findings directly came out of those workshop panels, but our recommendations are sometimes a little broader or cross-cutting or drawn from our collective expertise. So I think we could think about it, but I think there are ways we could probably cue those connections a little better and make that visual piece.
Yeah. And then in that
fun.
context, the question I would ask is there a need for something in between the summary of the workshop panels and the ISB recommendations, such that how we got from one to the other is clear? And as you say, if the recommendations bring in additional expertise or information that goes beyond the panel summaries, having some at least succinct description of that would be valuable, so that it doesn't, here's the process went through, and then almost completely independently, here's some findings, right? The process was more of a continuum rather than two disjoint.
Yeah.
Right. Good point.
Okay.
We can work on that in the re-editing. The problem is I don't want to end up with a document that's too complex. Because we want to have, like I said, the agency heads focus in on the stuff they should be focused in on. And I mean, it was interesting. We had agency heads at the workshop, which I think shows the level of interest in it. So potentially we could have serious impact with subsidence.
Kenny.
Yeah, so I think if I wait a little longer, you'll come up with my comment. So I'm just, I'll be more straightforward. What I think it's great, this organization. What concerns me though is what people were referring to. Are we speaking for the ISB, or it's very, I think it can be very confusing to the audience to have findings and recommendations that the ISB endorses and report outs from the panels that we may not all agree with.
Oh,
right. So if you could, and it's not just every time it's a recommendation from the board, you say the ISB recommends. Based on panel discussions, the ISB recommends, recognizes, acknowledges. Whereas when you get to the panels, right, the panel described this issue, right? So just to be very clear that it's what are we, and this was what people already kind of meandered to, what are we concluding and recommending versus some things that, what do the panels come up with? And it's just putting in some words in there that make it very clear, because when we've done this kind of format before, we've had that problem where I was attributed to a recommendation that actually came from a panel that other people didn't agree
Yeah.
with. It was a subcommittee, but so just to be very clear
Yeah.
that way, I think.
Kenny, how about this? Just in that contents section
Yeah.
where it says findings and recommendations, let's call it panel findings and ISB recommendations.
Right, but even so, when people are gonna extract it,
Mhm.
if you let them take out text that loses that context and then they hand it to someone else, pretty soon it's not clear who said it.
Okay.
So if you could just make it so it's very hard to pull out text that doesn't say.
Words, Tom.
And it's very repetitious. You run out of ways to say
Yeah.
it. But
Okay.
at least in each paragraph of the recommendations, it should say somewhere, the ISB recommends that. And when you get to the panel, it's probably getting more obvious that the panel reported that.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. But
Well,
that's
people are
would be,
named in that section. So.
yeah, and I haven't read it carefully, so I don't know how much it's not clear, but I know from past experience.
Yeah.
It's it can come back to you that you said this, and in fact, well, no, someone else said it at the meeting, but we didn't endorse it, so.
Yeah.
Which people were headed towards anyway, so.
And that answers a little bit of your second concern, right, Ann?
Yeah, although anyway, I'm sure we'll discuss it a lot more when we have the
Yeah,
full draft in front of us. But it would be, you know, if the report reads almost, as you put it, as two separate reports where there's our recommendations and then the workshop summary, it might almost look like, oh, we had this workshop, but don't worry about that.
Mhm.
Here's our opinion as to what you should do. And I almost wonder if the purpose of the workshop was really to provide, you know, background fodder for scientific expertise and deliberations and discussions within the committee, then I suppose, you know, maybe more radical alternative model would be to have all of the summaries of the presentations and the panel summaries be the appendix,
Mhm.
and then have the main part of the report be very succinct. I don't know, 10, 20 pages at most. And that would then maybe like make it look less disjointed, because it would be clear then that that would be the supporting information. And then everything else would be starting from that point and going through the work that the committee actually did.
That would be an alternative model, to have a very brief sort of ISB summary of what happened and the recommendations. The problem with making the panel an appendix is a lot of people don't read appendices just by default. And so it would,
Well, I agree, but I thought I understood that the reason you wanted this model here is precisely because you wanted people to focus
Yeah.
on those initial sections, and that would enforce that
Yeah.
because of the tendency that you just mentioned.
by not calling it an appendix, somebody who enjoys reading might keep going. I mean, most managers don't have, as you well know, don't have time to read a whole document. They'll look at maybe part of it, and so if you don't have something that grabs their attention, then you're stuck. But
All right.
I think we can accommodate your comment pretty.
Lisa, you popped up. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I just have a quick comment about the structure that I think builds on things that Anna and Virginia have already said, but also adds something, I hope. So I think if I really like the idea of cutting to the chase right at the front for all the reasons that Tom said. However, I also think there's a trade-off that it's really inside baseball the way it is now. It's not contextualized in terms of we identified these problems and here are findings to address these problems. I would suggest that you would broaden your the number of people who could be engaged with the report by being a little more explicit about what issues you're addressing before you talk about your findings. And it doesn't have to be long, but I think that would give some people who aren't already focused on subsidence an in.
I like that suggestion, Lisa. I was just gonna, yeah.
Yeah, it goes along with what I had to say, actually. You have a section in there, problem statement. Would that make sense to move that to number one, to the number one spot, and then do the findings and recommendations?
Yeah, the problem statement is actually floated around in various iterations.
Yeah, I would start with that.
Yeah.
Because
and then we,
why are we doing this? Yeah.
yeah, and we could spell out the issues more succinctly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fascinating problem. Jay Lund had a great phrase that in the absence of a strategy, that you fail into a solution. And that's sort of what happened to the Delta, that the solution to the subsidence problem were the levees, and now we're managing them at great cost. And in a way, that was sort of okay is in terms of a solution. But what has happened now is we have sea level rise coming in, and that's like that's the equivalent of accelerating the subsidence on the islands, which is a challenge to the levee stability. So that, I mean, that's a big issue for the Delta and the future Delta. And spelling that out a little better in the problem statement would probably be helpful to the reader. So. But anyway, I'll take a shot at it.
Any more suggestions?
You know, one suggestion, in the papers, they have what they call a plain language summary. I was wondering if that would help for the upfront for the managers.
Yeah, we should probably do that on all of our reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get the report fixed, and then we'll worry about the plain summary.
Okay. Was that it? Any more suggestions, ideas, thoughts?
Yeah, and also I want to thank Lauren and Edmund. They spent a lot of time on their reviews, obviously, and had very helpful comments to improve the thing. But we still have a ways to go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, the next steps are that you will address the comments obtained today and work on preparing the draft report for discussion at a future meeting. So that concludes that part. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
All right. Well, in that case, we get a break. And I would say, can we make it a little longer, or should we just go to 3 p.m.? 3 p.m. So let's have a 20-minute break. Okay, welcome back to our meeting. We have agenda item 11, which is a discussion on the decision-making under deep uncertainty review. And I can give a little bit of background before handing it over to Lisa. The review will build an understanding of the scientific tools and concepts that can increase the capacity to anticipate and adapt to growing uncertainty of future conditions in the Bay Delta system. Wow. That was I'm sure, a sentence that Lisa wrote. The review has two main components, a seminar series and an inventory and analysis of scenario planning in the region. Kyra Wallace, the previous ISB fellow, prepared a draft summary on the seminar series over the past year. This summary is intended to serve as an appendix, but could also serve as an independent resource until the full review is available. We will use this time today to discuss if there are any comments on the summary and or interest in future seminars to fill gaps that cannot be addressed by the inventory analysis. So I'll hand over to Lisa now to provide an overview of the report. Lisa?
Thanks, Inga. So yeah, you all have this in your meeting packet, and I'm not going to go into a ton of depth reviewing it, but I did want to point out a few things. So first of all, we're really grateful to Kyra, who worked with the board and staff to put together a synthesis of the DMDU seminar series. So that this appendix is only the seminar series. The work that Lillian and Christine talked about on the scenario coding and all that, that's a separate document. And the goal of this, this is representing the DMDU seminar series, and which consisted of 5 presentations. And then there's also supplementation in here of work from prominent literature. So I'll just remind you, the goal of the seminar series was to hear from a variety of speakers that have experience with DMDU tools in different contexts. And we asked them to share their insights and guidance, including 1, how the seminar speakers characterize decision-making under deep uncertainty, or I'm going to call it DMDU from now on. 2, how they use DMDU tools with practical examples. 3, the challenges and limitations they faced. And 4, the opportunities and benefits of applying it. So this table of contents at the top of the document is quite detailed, and I think it provides a nice overview. And what I wanted you to notice is that maybe you could just pause at the, yeah, right there is good. Let's just pause there. Can you close up the white space at the bottom? Or no, that only works with Word, not with PDFs. So what I want you to notice is that it isn't a simple summary of each talk, although there is a short summary at the end of the talks, but rather the idea was to pull out themes and take-home points and just make it more integrated across the seminars. So the report starts with a summary of DMDU concepts, and it explains that there's a variety of DMDU tools that vary from simple to complex, and they can even be used in a piecemeal way. It's not an all or nothing technique, and all that's explained. And we highlighted the use of scenarios and modeling in our choices of seminar speakers so that we could demonstrate how DMDU is used to identify robust strategies to meet objectives over a wide range of potential futures. So that's really the goal, not so much, the complex modeling or anything that goes into it, but it's just how do we manage uncertain futures? And some tools are specifically meant to promote dynamic adaptive planning, which can be defined as a series of actions whose implementation co-evolves with how the future unfolds, in the words of one of our speakers. So, and then finally, the report moves into key issues with implementation and both the challenges and the benefits. And so I really liked the quotes that were pulled from the seminar speakers. And here's one I'll just share with you that was Andrew Parker. And the quote was this: "Focus on the possible, not the probable." And I think that's really DMDU in a nutshell and as Rob Lempert said, the quest for prediction can distract from the main task of seeking creative solutions. And all these nice quotes got worked into this document, and I think it came out really nicely. So, but of course, that doesn't mean I don't welcome critiques. So at this point, I'll just turn it over to folks and see what they think about this structure, and if they had time to read it, any comments. And of course, Tanya and Obey are there in the room to both accept and reject comments.
No, I'll make a comment. I think, Lisa, I read this document a couple of times. I think Kyra and others did a great job tying the taxonomy of DMDU to the speakers and their contents. I think that structure worked great. But I do want to discuss, maybe not now, later, where do we go from here? Because there's supposed to be a main report, I think, associated with this summary, if I understood correctly. And how do we go about doing that? I think maybe we need more discussion on that. Anyway, that's all what I wanted to say.
So I'll jump in. It looks, I haven't gone through this in depth, I want to say, but given our discussion we've just had, what are the plans for putting the key messages up front? Is there going to be an executive summary? Are you going to move some elements up front? Or what are you thinking about for that approach of having someone quickly able to look at the key messages?
Obey, put that on the agenda of the of the discussion you just described. So basically, yeah, this is almost the same question as Obey's in a sense, but thank you for that very specific suggestion. This is meant to be possibly an appendix to the report that would have research findings up front, or it's also possible that we would pull the research findings to the top of this and put it out as a separate piece. And there's been some pressure to do that just so we have a product. And we also need to figure out how to deal with the product that Shoko, Kristen, and Lillian and Kyra worked on in terms of analyzing all the scenarios that are getting used in the Delta. And does that go with this? Is that a separate report? These are the conversations we need to have, but I appreciate that suggestion.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder on that, we originally, when we were planning to do the report, we were going to draw from both the workshop and the analysis of the scenarios that we had the rest of the team working on. So there were multiple sources of input that was going to go into that report. But to Lisa's point, maybe this is a separate report, a sub-report of the overall review or something. I don't know. And we could draw out recommendations from that.
Anna, other questions?
Yeah, I guess a clarification question. You're partially answering it, but I'm a little bit confused as to what the role of this document is, right? If it's an appendix to a report, then it can simply summarize the seminar series, and I think it does an effective job of doing that. If it's a standalone document, then my question would be, who's the audience and what is the goal?
Yeah, I don't think we had made any decisions that it would be a standalone document, but kind of back to Lisa's point and Obey's, we were going to do a broader review.
Right.
And just to get some information out on where we are in the kind of process of that review, I think there was some discussion that this could be somewhat standalone. As of now, it's not. Yeah. So. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's, this should be simply a summary of those 5 seminar series and putting those in the context of DMDU, but it's not comprehensive in the sense that could cover all aspects, Bay Delta system. So in our thinking, there would be a main report. We just wanted to summarize those 5 seminar series. And I think more likely this will be an appendix. That's why I suggested we need to have further discussion and compiling of that main report with recommendations. I think that's what Virginia was asking. I think we still have that task left to do. We just wanted to get this summary out, and Kyra was also leaving. Just wanted to get that out before we forget all the details about that.
When you say out, do you mean out for our review, or do you mean out?
I don't think we have decided whether we're going to lay it. This is for our review, and I don't know, it could be released. I think there's nothing wrong in releasing. Right now it's called an appendix, but I don't know, it looks awkward having an appendix before a main report is done.
I'll make a
Lauren,
quick, very super quick last comment. So I think if it were to be released on its own, it needs something to make it clear who should be reading this and why should they be reading it and what should they take away. There is this summary on page, I think it's 20.
Yeah.
Those are fine takeaways, but they're pretty abstract. And so if it's just an appendix that would be co-released with a document that would be attached to the front end, I think that may be less important. But if you're considering releasing it on its own or first, then it needs a bit of a more clearly stated reason for being and how it should be, how it's actionable.
Yeah, one possibility is to add a section to set the context of what this report. In fact, there is a section called goal of the appendix, but maybe we need a better context upfront and tying that to something that's yet to be developed, I think.
Okay, Lauren had a comment.
Yeah, speaking to this topic, right now, well, I don't know how long it's going to take to get your full report out. My guess it'll be a little while, since there's still some of the work being done to even gather information, which will then need to be analyzed and put into the report, the interview component. So I am aware of at least one audience that could use this document soon. And that is, and you heard about it this morning from Jessica Pearson, the Delta Adapts team at the Delta Stewardship Council. And I think it was Tom asked the question about, how is our DMDU work and the subsidence work being incorporated into Delta Adapts? Well, this is a product that they could then look at. You know, they're looking at putting out a draft soon, and we're going to have that presented to you, but it's not too late to incorporate information into that, the Delta Adapts, and this may be very relevant. So I'm just giving you one very specific audience that could use it now rather than 6 months or a year from now, and would use it.
Yeah, and to that point, Lauren, I mean, the goal of this document could simply be just information about what decision-making under deep uncertainty is and how it's been applied in different contexts, just a
Well, the way, if I
learning,
can add, the way I'm looking at this, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but it's an educational document. But I think I'm not alone in not really knowing what DMDU was until listening to all the seminars. And I think probably many folks that are potential audiences for your whole review could really use this educational piece, which is how I'm looking at this. This is an introduction, a preview, setting the stage. And I think there's a lot of value in getting that word out now. And even talking it up if you should choose to do that, and generating interest in your future review. But really, and again, this is my opinion, I think the added value of what you learn from your review is based on this foundation of what is DMDU anyway, and how can it be used, and how might folks in the Delta be able to use it. So I personally would recommend a lot of hard work's been put into this. It's pretty close, I think, with these additions that Anna and others have mentioned. So I guess I'm encouraging you to get it out.
So with what Lauren was saying as context, I could absolutely imagine this with maybe a 2 pages of text at the front explaining how adaptive management and deep uncertainty figure in the context of the Delta really, really at a high level, that in one way or another, there is deep uncertainty and decision-making will need to be done. And therefore that is decision-making under uncertainty. And in order to help inform that process, you have put together this summary based on the seminar series for the purpose of outlining broadly speaking, what is the MDU? How has it been applied in other fields and so on and so forth? And I think that could be done in 2 pages at the front. And then you make it clear that it's primarily an overview background educational document. As you've said, you could allude to something coming later. But I think that would absolutely work just with that front end.
You know, can I speak? I think in the long run, I agree with you. I think we need that 2-page or 3-page introductory section. And I agree also this is going to be very useful. There was a lot of coding done with existing scenario analysis that needs to be summarized. But in the long run, I feel like we need to identify in the context of Bay Delta, how do we sort this out, this issue of uncertainty, the full spectrum of uncertainty to deep uncertainty, and what are the factors that are contributing? What are the scenarios? At some point, I think that should be our long-term goal, because I think original purpose was to provide some recommendations from ISB to deal with within the context of, Bay Delta. I think, this issue of atmospheric rivers and levees, sea level rise, subsidence, all this. I think how do we sort that out in the future for future planning in an environment that's evolving? I think that would be a very useful product in my mind. But maybe we don't have the time in the interest of getting something out, maybe a 2 or 3-page summary, and then releasing it, and then maybe having another report. I don't know, maybe Lisa has other.
I think, I'm sorry, just really briefly, I think based on what Tanya was saying, I understand that is the goal, right? I think but that will take more time. And I think Lauren's point is that there's value to there being something right now. And I don't think that 2 or 3-page front end needs to be a summary of this eventual larger report that does not yet exist. I think it can be information that, frankly, is probably in the prospectus that was put together that contextualizes the need for this. And then this can come now. I don't think anyone's arguing that we don't also need what you're referring to, Obey. But I think Lisa had her hand raised, so she might have a comment.
Yeah, thanks. You already said one of the things I was going to say, Anna, which is I do think the prospectus has some of the beginning text that we would use in this intro to this if we want to put it out as a separate document. And we have been talking about putting out different types of products from the board. So I realize this is not something we didn't have done a lot of in the past, but why not give it a try and see what kind of reception it gets? That's one comment. And then I think for our recommendations and the bulk of our review, the way I remember us thinking about these 2 pieces fitting together is that we did this scenario analysis of, well, how are people already thinking about uncertainty to deep uncertainty spectrum? And we expected to not find a lot on the deep uncertainty side. So then we would draw from the seminar series to say, these are some tools that might be relevant, and we can use the existing scenarios and how they're applied as kind of case studies of, one thing that might help this would be to look at this tool or maybe not even go that far, but just point out that these other tools exist if you want to expand how these scenarios are done. So, and some of the benefits thereof. So I think in some ways it would work. So as I think through that, I'm thinking that this does make a nice standalone, because it's going to have more depth on issues that probably won't fit into our recommendations.
What do you say to that? Does that answer questions, Kenny?
Maybe this is a broader issue. Maybe at some point when we don't have anything to do, we should define our products, right? I hear workshop series reports. I hear seminar series reports. I think we probably have policy documents. We probably have science documents. Maybe it's worth doing that. Many other boards do that. There's a defined set of 3 or 4 formats for specific types of reports. And the reason why that helps is it helps us write it, but it also helps the audience know what's eventually they become acclimated to it. But if we're only going to do it once, of course, then it doesn't make sense. But it's something to think about if we have time. Because it sounds like, every time we go through this discussion that it's not a standard report. I haven't seen a standard report yet, as far as I know. So, I'm not sure what that means. So I'll stop with that.
They're all online, Kenny.
Well, no, I want to say that I think we're going through a period of creative reinvention post this report that Lauren Hastings is the lead author on, looking at how our products get used. And so what we heard is that people are interested in our reviews, but they were wishing for some other types of products. So I don't think we know what those are yet, Kenny. I think we're in an experimental phase, but I take your point.
Okay.
Well, and also the workshop or the seminar series are always part of a review. It's just one aspect of the review process, so.
This is the first exception.
Yeah.
Oh, it's part of a legal review.
Yeah, but we're issuing it separately.
Well,
Right.
but this is a new one, that's a
Yeah.
new procedure here.
But-
And I think I hear that it would benefit some people in
Right.
the process of developing a plan. So that's why, yeah.
I don't know. I look at this in a different way. It's good to have the types of products that we have, some kind of category of products, but that should not dictate how we solve a real world problem, right? So to me, we have a problem, we do the research and we produce a product. We can decide later what category it fits into. But I think it's more important to provide some recommendations based on science that we review for an important problem that we think may be, very relevant to future planning, right? I don't know. That's probably not what you're saying.
Glued together.
Right.
You can do both, right?
Yeah.
And I think it might be helpful. I mean, journals do it all the time, right? As a simple example, right? So.
I somewhat disagree. I think it's really important to decide what we want to do before we embark on something. We're more likely to get to the end if we know where we're going. And so having a good idea of what we want a product to be early on, I think is essential.
I think we all agree on that.
I think what I was saying is that we don't have to determine the type of product, but we need to come up with a solution to the problem and then see what the product is going to look like. Right?
No.
No?
I think we need to know the audience, the goal, and the general type of product we can change. But I think my approach is always, we're likely to get somewhere if we have a real goal of where we're going. Not that we can't change as we move along, as we learn. Anyway, that's how I tend to proceed.
Can I respond?
Of course.
I'm just going to put out there, I think you all have done that in the perspective, right? That's laid the roadmap for where you're intending to go in the end with the full review. So just to talk a little bit more about what I said earlier, I think this decision-making under deep uncertainty, at least as far as I am aware, is a pretty new concept for the Delta. So it's a little different in that way, in that I think that this education portion is really important, which I think is why you embarked on the seminar series in the first place, which was great, but I don't think we can count on everyone who we think is an audience member actually watching all of those seminars and learning from it. So here's another opportunity to help educate folks who are in your audience group about those seminars. So I kind of do the summary for them. And so if there's a way to even pare this down into, a smaller summary, but you all have this opportunity too. You have audiences with the Delta Stewardship Council. Lisa's going to talk to them on Thursday with the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, DPIC. you ISB members are invited to that. So you have these policy level audiences, decision maker level audiences, which I think are a key audience for DMDU. But I have a feeling a lot of them don't know what it is, haven't heard about it unless they've talked to Ed reports. But other than those folks, they still don't know what that is. And so there's this opportunity for you, while the research portion is still continuing, to start setting the stage, doing the educational piece right now by getting this product out now. And then still it's part of the full review. It's not separate. It's just an early product that you're getting out now for the purposes of education. At least that's how I'm seeing it. So hopefully that helps.
Follow on to that.
Yes, sure.
I'd like to follow on to that, Lauren, because I think you're absolutely right about this being a great opportunities arising here in the near future. And as much as I've enjoyed the seminar series and learning about this, it's a topic that I guess I've thought about, but I had no idea it was so well developed and, there was so much going on, and maybe this is just me, but I have yet to see a pragmatic application of it. And perhaps this is in these upcoming discussions with the plan and so forth, there's opportunities here to actually tell people who are making decisions about how they're going to move the program forward, where you can actually put it to some use. And having just a couple of early examples of that, I think really acts as a catalyst for getting people to adopt, this approach, this kind of thinking. If you can come up with a couple, pragmatic suggestions on how it might be used here in the near future, through the report or through these meetings, I think it could become a real winner.
Yeah, there is one example in the document. There was a project in Miami area where this was actually developed and being implemented. But I must say this is an emerging area of decision making. So there aren't that many examples in the US, but there are in New Zealand and in the Netherlands. So yeah, I agree with you. The more examples are, the better. But I think there are a lot of we haven't touched some of the topics that makes this more complicated. For example, in the case of flooding that we reference, sometimes the objective is not just flooding, it could be socioeconomic impacts. So your tipping points might be very different for different objectives. And that itself makes it more complicated. How do you cut across all of them in even the dynamic adaptive pathway strategies?
Oh, I agree, Obe, it's really complicated. And I was only throwing out that as a suggestion. If you can come up with something that's pragmatic for the Delta, no matter how simple it is. I think many times we read about what goes on in Chesapeake Bay or in South Florida and all these other places, but we have a hard time bringing it home of how it might be used here. And if you can make just, a couple of suggestions along those lines to help improve the clarity of the issues here at home, I think that would make a big difference. It would for me. I could use that. I still think in kind of simple terms sometimes, most of the time.
Lisa. Go ahead.
Yeah, very, very useful suggestion, Bob. I also learn a lot from examples and appreciate grounding things like that. So I think the really nice thing about DMDU is it can be used piecemeal. I think Obe's thinking of like really full-blown versions. So, and I do think, again, we have some examples in the document, but they're probably just a little too scattered. So I think pulling those out and telling a longer story about those examples would probably really help emphasize that. So I appreciate that comment.
So, well, I think in my mind, as long as you say exactly what the document is supposed to be, and so there are no misunderstandings, and that, you know, it is only part of a bigger report, I personally wouldn't object to a release. What I see people nod and others look at me. Are there any arguments against that?
I mean, I think it's essentially the same thing, but maybe by another name. If you do release it on its own, I wouldn't call it part of a report because it's sort of, that's strange, sort of asking like, well, why would you release part of the report, but not all of the report?
Yeah, maybe it was
But-
just a wording.
But I could imagine how, and I'm thinking even for the subsidence review, right? There, you could imagine in the interest of timeliness, having almost the sequence where you first release a report that is a summary of the public fact finding that was done. And then later you have a report that draws on that and other things to come up with the actual report with the actual recommendations. And then that sort of two-parter sequence, makes sure that part of the information is getting out early. And also in a way gives you an opening for having essentially two pieces that are only partially feeding into each other. And avoids sort of an awkwardness of here's half the report and we'll let you know when the other half is ready.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So what you're proposing is release the report with those couple pages that put it in context?
Well, ultimately, it's the decision of the people who are responsible for this report, right? But
Yeah.
I was
I
just
could see
hoping
this
you'd say
happen.
yes, so.
I think the way, I don't know, maybe Lisa and Tanya would agree or not. But I think the idea is to provide that, you know, maybe borrow from the prospectus and put that 2-pager and suggest that this is the initial product of a longer project to address this important area of DMDO for Bay Delta and provide some examples, potential examples, right? I think that's what I think that's where we are heading. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that works. And I think Lauren made the point that the ADAPTS program could benefit from this. And under the Reform Act, one of the goals of the, or what do you call it? Assignments of our committee is to provide science and reviews of existing programs and improve them that way. And I think this meets that criteria. So it's not the conventional review we've done, but it would help that program.
Kenny had something to say.
I don't know if we're allowed to do this on the science board, but it sounds like there's a relatively few number of groups that would benefit from quick release of this. Can you send them one that says draft do not circulate and just send it to the groups that would benefit, that you know would benefit? And then that way you're not involved with having multiple versions around. I have a feeling we're not, but
So this document is actually public. So anything that gets distributed to the board is also a public document. So it's currently out there, but we do have a do not cite. So if someone wants to use this,
oh,
they won't be able to cite it.
so they can access it now.
Yes, it can be accessed now.
Oh, so that problem solved, right? If they can just access it right now.
Yeah. But I just think one of the issues of citing a draft document is sometimes you don't know when it's going to be released.
Right.
Just as an example, the Monitoring Enterprise Review, where the ISB also did like a seminar series. The seminar was done in 2018. The final report wasn't done until 2022. Then you have people citing something
Right.
that hasn't ever been finalized until like.
But someone could send an email to these groups, giving them the link to this report, right? And it's all fine.
That is correct.
But I think we need to add that 2-page, right? So to set the context of.
I don't see any reason why we can't add the 2-pager with the context. Tidy it up a little bit, highlight the examples, and put it out as a report for now. And don't imply what the next report's gonna be, because that changes a little bit sometimes, but it's almost finished now. It is useful to a group, and as you said, sometimes there's a delay for whatever reason till later. So I think Anna kind of described it that way, and I think that would be very useful.
Well, and to your point, Virginia, I think if we release this document isn't going to be changed. We'll have another report that somebody could refer to in the future, but I don't think it's going to affect this particular document. So I don't see a problem with it.
All right. Lisa, do you have anything more to say about that?
Yeah, I agree with the last two comments that there's some value in putting this out as a citable document. So the difference between the draft and a more cleaned up version is whether or not it's citable and fully released and sent to more people and all that kind of stuff. So we don't know exactly who might use it or who needs it now. So I think, and given that this is also a way to drive people to the seminars if they want to learn more, I think it does a lot of, it does a lot of good to release it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, Lisa Marie.
Only to chime in that I like where this convergence is going, but Delta Adapts is going to have a 60-day review process coming up in about a month. And I assume you guys are going to be responding to it, sending in comments. I'm just assuming, I don't know, but I would assume, and in which case you would want something cited. So there would be, a benefit of having smaller documents, and that includes the subsidence.
Okay, so can we leave it at this, or do we have to?
There's a two-way process.
Uh-huh.
If the board agrees to have this be released earlier as a standalone or as an initial product, this was not listed as an action item today, but you could potentially take action, and essentially the board, the review leads will make modifications and work on an initial product. The other step is that the review leads like Tanya or Obe could work on making revisions and then re-presenting it at your May meeting for discussion and before it's released as a product. So it's really kind of like the two steps.
Okay, so what would you prefer? I think maybe May meeting. A, take action now.
Can you repeat that again?
So if this is to be released as a board product, we would, and you guys want to do it sooner, we would need someone to make a motion to the effect of release this as an initial document after incorporating edits from today. The other option is to hold off on that and have the review leads like you Obey revise it and re-present it to the board for another approval. And then we'll take action at a separate.
Okay, so we need somebody to make a motion then to
I move that we take the current document, add a couple of pages at the front to give the context, highlight the examples, tidy up a few editorial details, and let the lead authors finish it up and release it.
right. Anybody second that? You second? All right, then we take a vote, I guess, right? All right.
I could do the roll call vote if you want.
Yes, please.
We'll just start at the table. Obey, yes or no? Tom?
Yes.
Heikla?
Yes.
Rose?
Yes.
Nyman?
Yes.
Warner?
Yes.
Mikulak?
Yes.
Dale?
Well.
Yes.
Wainger?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Very cool. Didn't think we would have to do this today.
And Chair Werner, while I'm unmuted, unfortunately, I have to leave a little early, so I apologize, and I'll listen to the rest of the meeting afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, well, good luck, Lisa. Bye-bye. All right, I think we're done with this agenda point, and we'll move to number 12, which kind of feeds into some of what. Oh, the public comments. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
All right. Okay, then we move to agenda item 12, which is a discussion on potential future reviews. So looks like we are on target with completing our food webs and subsidence review this year. We have a heavy workload, but it took us in the past 1 to 3 years to scope out our current set of reviews, so it would be a bad idea to start now. I have mentioned to various people that I have an interest in doing a review of contaminant monitoring and contaminant toxicity monitoring and risk assessment in the Delta. And I have prepared a few slides, which you can see. So with that should provide some background and some motivation for such a review. I mean, it's not a prospectus yet, but it's just a brainstorming, and several DISB members have expressed an interest in supporting us in this, and Margot would be working with me on this. So that's where we are. But the slides and what I'm talking about now is completely based on what I have been thinking about. So I haven't coordinated with anybody. All right, so can we have the first slide? So we know that chemical contaminants enter the Delta from diverse sources: urban, agricultural, industrial, municipal wastewater, all kinds of places. There are many, many contaminants, including metals, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, industrial chemicals, tire particles, microplastic, flame retardants, and others. So thousands of potential contaminants. I just picked up the number of pesticide active ingredients from the DPR website this week, and there are currently 1,040 pesticide active ingredients registered for use in California. So you can imagine we're talking about thousands and thousands of chemicals that potentially end up in the Delta. We care. Can I have the next slide? We care because not all of them, but many of them have been shown to pose an ecological risk in aquatic environments, not necessarily in the Delta, but all over the world, especially some pharmaceuticals, metals, and pesticides. But the sheer number of chemicals and potentially affected species continue to present challenges for an appropriate monitoring and risk assessment. So there's always the limitation of resources, available resources. What can we do in a certain amount of time, et cetera, et cetera. So there's always those limits. This review, I was motivated to go ahead with a review like this because I have seen in the past monitoring being done, but it was always just project related. It lasted a few years, in a certain area to answer certain questions. I understand that after I went to Switzerland, the Delta monitoring program started, but it's very limited in its scope. And I would like to look at that too. I really I haven't looked at the details of that, but usually what was being done was pretty disjointed and not coordinated. So you couldn't really have long-term trends or, identify which areas are especially impacted, which often is a logical thing, but so for certain contaminants like mercury or selenium, we have a lot of data, but for other contaminants, it was really spotty what was being done. So with this in mind, I thought it would be good to assemble the information that is out there, or information on what is going on right now, what is being done, what is monitored, why, and how it is used to assess risk for aquatic ecosystems. So could I have the next slide? It's also important. So the goals, the potential goals, is to first assemble this information and see if it really provides us the information that managers need to protect aquatic species from contaminants and toxicity of contaminants, of course. So the main focus of this review would be on surface water and could include sediments as well, toxicity monitoring and risk assessment for aquatic species. So ecology, not human risk assessment. That is the way we would go about this. The next slide is first talk to all the relevant players who are involved in monitoring in the Delta, assemble that information, review what is being measured and how the risk assessment is performed, if there is a risk assessment involved, and then learn from others. There have been many projects in Europe when I was there. It's a lot of work to assemble and screen all these chemicals and decide which ones really pose a threat in a system. So compare that information to what is being done here and see if there are any gaps, or if it is sufficient what people are doing. That would be wonderful. Also, what's important is which methods are used. So analytical methods, are the limits of detections low enough to actually recognize if there's a risk? Which methods are being used in toxicity testing? Are there other methods? Time goes on, things are developed, progress is made. So are we really at a level that is appropriate at the present time in those approaches? So that was my motivation, and that's more or less the way I would go about it. So first, interviews with people who are involved in these exercises, assembling the information, review, identify the gaps, and then provide recommendations. That's the idea. So I welcome any input, ideas, thoughts, criticism in this process. I haven't gone beyond this. So it is a good time to provide input now. Thank you. So discussion is opened. Yes.
Just a question. This looks really good, Inga. As part of this process, would you consider looking at the application rates of some of the more important pesticides in the Delta? I think we did this, and the reason I ask this is we did this about a decade ago for the Columbia River Basin, and it was stunning to me how many metric tons of pesticides were applied annually, throughout the Columbia Basin. And it took a lot of work to actually get that information. It's not easily available. It is truly a lot of work, as you know, to find those application rates. But when you put it up on a board and you show how the applications are distributed throughout a basin and how much is being applied every year, it really opens a lot of eyes,
Yeah.
to what's going on. And I know it is kind of a corollary to that. We know in the Columbia Basin anyway, we knew that a lot of this was coming in through wastewater treatment plants, but it was amazing to us how deeply guarded that information was by those wastewater treatment plants, that you simply could not get information on some very key things. So I'm wondering just how investigative this activity would be, or whether, we're
Yeah.
just going to try to provide a more of a generic overview of what the situation is.
Okay, Edmund, how many postdocs can I have? Okay, no, there would have to be some sort of screening of what the relevant contaminants are in this region. I mean, some you can really kind of guess what's in treated wastewater almost, and which ones are the bad players. And then you look, is that even on the market here? Is that used by people? So you can kind of start there and be a little more efficient. With the pesticides, we're lucky in California because there's a pesticide use database that Department of Pesticide Regulation keeps up. So at least last time I looked, you could actually go into a map and see how much pesticide, which pesticide is used where and how much. So the pesticide users have to report these numbers to DPR, and they put it into a database. So it's a lot easier than in most other places to get that information. So yes, I mean, in order to really be useful, we would have to look at the situation here, and which contaminants really need to be monitored. And basically what you do is, is the likelihood of this contaminant high to be present in this region? What is its toxicity? And then you have a measure of, what the risk is. So that kind of screening you have to do, but I'm hoping to keep that under control, because there's a limit to, how much time and effort you can put into that. But,
You're right. You needed a dozen postdocs.
if you want to do it all and start from scratch, but if you build on what others have done, I think it is doable to be something useful. Yeah. I never see what's behind me. Sorry, Anna. Go ahead.
I have two questions. One, just to confirm, you're not proposing to consider public health at all. You're focusing entirely on ecosystem health?
It's not my expertise, and no.
Okay. And then my second question is, could you summarize the scope of that 2018 report that was published previously? And then to what extent this would be an update over the last 6 years versus more like a Venn diagram in terms of the topics that are being covered?
The 2018 report, I think you're referring to the
one that you had on one of your
the
slides.
water quality report. Is that
Yes.
the monitoring or
Yeah,
the
water quality science.
water quality?
Water
right?
quality one, yeah.
That doesn't go into detail nearly as much, This is really a review of what's monitored, what's being done, what are they measuring, how are they measuring it? Is it useful for managers to make a risk assessment and consider actions? That's kind of, in a nutshell, the outline of this report.
And then maybe just for my own edification, and maybe Lauren or Edmund, how would you describe the scope of this previous report, which I have not read?
I mean, it also focuses on contaminants and nutrients. At that stage, the ISB felt like they did not have a strong grasp of the monitoring that was occurring in the region. So that was one of the gaps that was mentioned. And contaminants was mentioned as needing more attention. So this would, in some ways, build on it. But at that stage, the ISB felt like they didn't have the capacity to do a full inventory of monitoring, but based on what they heard from the interviews and all of that. The subsequent phase was the monitoring enterprise review, which was the second report that you saw on the slides. That one, we did do an inventory that has contaminants monitoring in it, but I think some of the work that Inga will have to be doing is like diving into what
It's-
level.
Yeah, that one is helpful, but it's at a much higher level, you know, so,
Thank you.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Inga. I think this is a terrific idea. It's not my area of expertise, obviously. So this may be a naive question, but one of the things we learned with the monitoring enterprise review was that the vast majority of monitoring that we're doing in the Delta is very much regulatory driven. And I guess one of my questions or concerns is, should we be thinking about those contaminants that aren't being monitored that could have high risk that because we don't have good regulatory standards for them? And how should we be thinking about that with this particular
Putting your
review?
finger on what I intend to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Good.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
It's very limited to what is being monitored.
the way I kind of interpreted what you were proposing was that you were going to look at what is being monitored and that we'd, be focusing on those contaminants that have good existing monitoring programs around them, but
It's more
what that
like
could
what
reveal is
being
what it,
monitored,
and what tells you what isn't.
what should be monitored and the gap. or
Yeah,
the
perfect. Okay,
correlation between those.
thank you. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a bit scary, actually.
It is. I mean, the scope
Yeah.
could get crazy, right? But,
Yeah,
you know, maybe there's ways to bound it as you start digging in a little bit.
yeah. I hope so, yeah.
Yeah. We'll keep you check. Well, we're here to help.
Margot will keep me on track. Anything?
Yeah, well,
Virginia.
I was gonna add, you've of course got to look at herbicides as well. And often they are correlated with whatever land use practices they are. So having better information on the land use practices, I mean, maybe it exists for the Delta, but you have to know that.
At least we know what is being used, you know?
Okay,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
but I think it's gonna get into agriculture
And,
as
and,
well. It could.
you know, and
that way.
I'm actually not so sure how far we're gonna get on each individual. You know, we can't go thousands of chemicals and look at the concentrations and see. So I'm not exactly sure where this will lead us, and how strongly we have to limit the scope of it. But just, I'm hoping that we can get input and good information from exercises that were done elsewhere, you know?
But that's because it is so broad potentially.
Yeah,
I was suggesting that, thinking about management practice, agricultural management practices, and what is being used for those and what the alternatives are, might be a good way of narrowing it down rather than focusing on the thousands of pesticides.
I will talk to you more about it.
Okay. Okay.
No, anything that can limit the scope of this exercise is probably a good thing.
I had a thought, Amanda is responsible for the cross-cut budget, which just collects the money on the chemicals that are
Okay.
being monitored. But in the process of doing that questionnaire annually, you could add to it for more specific information. So that might be an easier way of getting information from the people that are at
Yeah,
least doing the
So
monitoring.
I am not aware of what she's in charge of, so I'll talk to you more about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounded like this year's cross-cut budget is pretty much done. But next year,
Yeah.
you could add to
Yeah,
it.
I don't want to make this a full-time job. Don't misunderstand.
Well, that's why I think this might be a way of short-circuiting some of that
Yeah.
data
Okay.
collection.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
I, Can I, yeah, just a clarifying question. I have no expertise in this, and I'm sure this is an important topic. I was curious, this something that was requested of the board that this is important, that needs to be covered, or is this one of those topics as a follow-up to the 2018 report or whatever, that we think is an important area to be investigated or reviewed?
Well, it was recommended in that report
Right.
that we need more information. Yeah, if you don't, we don't.
No, I just wanted to make sure the country, like the DMDU, I don't think anybody requested it. We decided it was an important topic, if I recall.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those types of areas that we want to, as the board, we need to
Yeah.
pay attention to
Yeah.
this topic. I just want some clarification on that.
I think it's important, potentially, you can design monitoring programs in a way that are a complete waste of money. As an example, if your detection limits are too high and you come up with below detection, you have no information essentially, so it is, I think it is important to look at the details. And what is being done and what is being covered. Otherwise, you may be wasting a lot of money. So it would also be of interest, I believe, that to get the input from all these players, who are doing work in this area, and see what they say and what is necessary and would be. Because what you're trying to do is figure out if these contaminants are affecting the health of your ecosystem. So do it in a way that you can actually answer that question is my opinion, rather than doing it in a way that doesn't help the managers, So that's kind of my motivation. Yeah. Lauren.
And I'm looking at Bob because I'm going to talk about the food webs review. I think a lot of the interviews, the folks you talked to about food webs mentioned the contaminants, and it's in the review, going up the food chain. So it's a recommendation, I would say, also coming out of the food webs review. I don't know if you want to talk about that more, Bob.
Oh, I would agree. And I think if I remember right, it shows up in the science gaps, the section on the science gaps, but virtually everybody we spoke to, contaminants was repeated over and over again. And for many times different reasons. It could be everything from flame retardants to pharmaceuticals to pesticides, PFAS, and so forth. But there's just I say the community has a great concern about this. And I think it's my sense was it was largely that it's sort of that big gorilla that's out there behind the screen that's could mess everything up in a hurry. And if we could do something, begin to look into it, the community would be very receptive.
Kenny.
I think it's a great topic. One clarification. So it's an inventory of what's being measured. How far are you going to go with, for example, how is it used to screen high risk contaminants to ecology? And there's ecological risk assessment, there's screening methodologies, there's the mixture problem, right? Is that going to be, I'm not saying analyze what you find, but is that part of the report? Because otherwise it's very, to me, it's hard to judge which ones are being well monitored and which ones aren't without kind of an endpoint about their effects, right? Either sublethal or lethal. So and of course, is that part of it? A section on methods of how this data are used to address the points you had put up?
There will be a lot of gaps in knowledge, no doubt, there are ways to approach mixture toxicity. However, you need really good chemical data, analytical data to even approach it. And you need toxicity limits, thresholds, to measure it by. So I'm not sure what we're going to find. I'm not sure how far we're going to get, but I think it would also be useful to know where the gaps are to really have a good program,
So isn't the best way to find the gaps is to think about how it's actually used to assess risk?
Yeah, well, that would be the first step. You have to assemble the information on what is actually being done right now, And if there's, if the unlikely case occurs that it is a wonderful program and, and comprehensive, then we stop right there.
So, no, let me try a different way.
Mhm.
When I work with people, everything's uncertain.
Yeah.
There's not a single thing except maybe the law of gravity, and even that can be debated, and conservation of mass. So when we sit there as modelers, everything is uncertain. What's really important is what's uncertain and critical to know.
Yeah.
Right? So I would think you would want to take whatever you find and use how people use those data to identify the gaps. Otherwise, you're going to have thousands of gaps because there's so much we don't know. But what's missing that is important to know?
Yeah.
And the only way I know how to do that is, at least as a thought experiment, you don't actually have to do it, is to try to put it through some of these analyses, either hypothetical or you can't really do it. It's a lot of work. But that, let's say you're talking about a persistent organic, right? Well, we know that it affects larval fish, and it probably has more sublethal effects than lethal, for example, depressed growth, and its exposure and magnitude and what stage they're in. So, we know how to do that. So, well, we kind of know how to do that. But so what I'm thinking is you do this very extensive inventory, and I'm not volunteering necessarily, but it's starting to sound that way, but
Maybe too.
but then you have a section, it could be an appendix of how people assess risk. When you know a lot of information, when you don't know a lot of information, when it's a dominant stressor, when it's a mixture, when we know very little about it. And, EPA has a whole toolbox of these methods, right? They have to screen. FDA does it too, right? And maybe that's a way, if there's a way to say, look, this is where you got to get to, and you're way off. You're at 80% non-detects,
Yeah.
right? Maybe something like that might strengthen the gaps, because or else I think it's going to be just a lot of gaps.
Yeah.
So anyway, again, just a comment, it's a lot to do, I understand, but think you might consider the end. What would it be used for to screen? And maybe we know some things and maybe we don't. Well, we know we don't, but you know what I mean? It's, I think you could find a lot by putting it through that filter of making it not just unknown or uncertain, but important, right? So anyway,
I think that's kind of the intention,
okay.
to use information that's already out there, where people have identified the bad players, and you're not going to catch all of them, but hopefully you'll catch the most important ones and focus on those. So, I mean, California is not alone in having this issue. It's just that other countries have approached it. And I don't have the ultimate solution, certainly not, or they don't, but they have approached it and are trying, to do their best to identify the bad players and focus on those. Always keeping in mind that resources are limited, of course. So, I mean, that's, yeah, you're scaring me. The more you make me explain, the more scarier it gets. But
Oh, good. That was a perfect explanation.
that's, it's, yeah, it's a big topic. It's, but there could also be a lot of room for improvement, you know, and then maybe anything beyond what is done now can be a good way to get to where you want to be.
So I was going to follow up on what Kenny was going toward, because EPA does have that standard protocol for ecological risk assessment that has been developed and applied lots of places. So one point to make is, when I served on EPA's Science Advisory Board, and every time we did this, we'd go through this long protocol, and invariably, at the end, we'd come out with the ecological risk assessment and the human risk assessment. The human risk assessment, because there was, human life was valued at some $1 million in some tort case, wiped out the ecological, risk assessment value every time. So you want to focus on the ecological risk assessment, which is understandable, but I think you're going to need to give a good reason for that to our audience, our public, because, people are more concerned with their lives than the lives of the fishes and everything. So.
Yeah, but I mean, human risk assessment you would do for drinking water sources and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is the risk was higher for humans every
The
time?
monetary value always swamped the monetary value of the
Okay,
ecological
yeah.
risk assessment, because this tort case gave $1 million price to a human life.
Yeah, but then the
So-
question becomes, why are we even monitoring? You know? Why are
Well-
we even spending money on monitoring in the Delta, contaminants in the
Well,
Delta?
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I think this question's gonna come up. The other thing is, there's ecosystem risk assessment as opposed to what I call ecological, that is more species or community targeted. And there was a workshop that EPA conducted some 15 years ago or something, that if that's a direction you want to go, that I could share with you information from that workshop.
okay, I will
is
definitely
a
be
little
talking
different.
to you more. I mean, I'm not going to reinvent risk assessment for sure, you know?
No, you don't want to, but it's
No.
useful. It'll be useful to you, but you need to understand, I mean, you'll know where it can lead, so you want to lead it in the direction you want to go to.
I'll talk
That
to you
makes
more.
sense. I'm sorry.
For sure. And we'll just have to see how far it is possible. So anyway, that was my idea. If you have other ideas for reviews, please. This is a time we can brainstorm on those. Do other people have ideas for reviews?
Yeah, this is not an idea for review. It seems like, every month, every few months, there is some new climate scenario coming out, sea level rise scenario coming out. And I was wondering, what is the mechanism for the board to stay up to date on those? And I am just exploring, are there any options for us to get some briefings on those? So we are fully aware of what is out there. I mean, I mentioned the California sea level rise projection report. It was supposed to be out. I don't know if it is out yet, but that's an example. Maybe there's some climate scenarios out and what's the state of the atmospheric river situations and so forth, or droughts. So is there a mechanism for us to have some briefing so we are all up to date on what is happening in this region? I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but for us to be aware of those for future work.
Edmund?
Yeah, so as
Oh, Bob would like to respond. Edmund? Edmund wanted to respond. Who wants to respond?
Bob can go.
Bob, Bob can go.
Oh, I think that's a really good idea, Obey, and I would expand on it a little bit too, is, you know, in my mind, this is my impression of the environment, is that certainly climate is changing, but one of the main reasons the environment is changing is because of human demography and industries and everything that goes along with the human condition. And along the same lines, as I would like to hear about what people are thinking about in terms of climates, you know, going forward, it would be really nice to have somebody come in and speak to us about human demography and culture, how cultures are changing here, industries are changing here. And really this maybe is where, you know, the long range forecasting or, you know, vision comes in, is, you know, what do they visualize for the Delta 20, 30, 40 years down the road? What do they think it would look like? But, you know, keep giving us a much more comprehensive view of a future Delta from people who really seem to be knowledgeable in these areas.
I think the only thing that I was going to add is, as staff for the Delta Independent Science Board, we're always looking to bring presentations to you that might inform your work or future work. So I think based on the ideas today of like learning about the new scenarios or human demography, I think that's something that we could add to future agenda planning as your schedule fits. I know we want these ISB meetings to run 20 hours, right? But we'll try to fit in some additional briefings that might be of interest. So if you want to follow up with a little more details of the scopes, and we can see like what is the best presenters or presentations that we bring to the board.
No other ideas or reviews? No other ideas? Any?
In terms of outside speakers, I don't know how people are interested, but the explanation of the listed species and that process, since it drives so much of the science. So if people know ESA and Section 7 consultation and all that stuff, that's great. But if you don't, it might be a good explanation of why is there so much attention on this little fish called a Delta smelt and stuff like that. But I don't know, maybe that's not at a high enough level, but in terms of, you know, where we operate, but it does drive a lot of what goes on in the Delta. And so if people know ESA, that's great. I will tell you, it took me a long time to understand it because there's some very odd things about environmental baseline and other things that go into that. But seeing how you were reviewing an EIR, you're getting close to that level. So I don't know. I found it very helpful when I first started out here. We had a very good 1.5 hour, doesn't have to be that long for here, explanation of all that stuff and how it works and what's jeopardy and who declares it and what happens and what's a CM and what's an RPA and all these terms that they just float around. But anyway, that's when else that would be a speaker rather than
Would be a speaker. Do you have somebody in mind? I could.
Lauren
something?
probably, Edmund or Lauren, maybe Edmund. I mean, what do you think of that idea?
I think it's an excellent idea. We actually did that for the board a few years ago.
Oh, you did?
For some of
Okay.
you guys who are around, maybe 3 years ago, we did like an overview of ESA where we had like representatives from NIMS, Fish and Wildlife Service, CDFW come in and explain their process. It's recorded, summaries have been written, but we can also consider bringing another presentation because I know we have newer board members who weren't able to stay.
If it's recorded, it's not the most interesting topic, as you
Yeah.
know. But if it's recorded, maybe that would be sufficient rather than using up in-person time to do it. But I found it I think they did too, very helpful to hear it.
That's a good idea. Any more suggestions? We're all tired.
More of a logistical, just a logistical question. Do we know with the Delta Adapts process, kind of what that review potentially could look like, or what the time?
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the timing shifts, but it's on our radar. When it's ready for public release, we'll schedule it at a future ISB meeting for discussion. We do know it's going to be a 60-day public comment, but we don't exactly know when it will. It's soon.
And do we know like the scope? I mean, when we got the EIR, it was like, okay, all hands on deck. And we really did have to drop a lot to get that done within that window. So I'm just trying to think, if we're thinking of new reviews and we know something big is coming, it's good to prepare.
Yeah, for the draft adaptation plan and also the Delta Plan 5-year review. For those, we're thinking that we're going to start off initially with like a presentation that could serve as a review, like just discussion based. And based off how the discussion goes, I think the idea is that the board could decide to submit a comment letter, but at this time, the leads on those products are not formally requesting like an ISB comment. They want to use the meeting for discussion. But that could change based off what you guys see in the draft adaptation plan. Like, oh, we think we need to submit a formal comment and not just the meeting to discuss issues.
Okay. Well, maybe let's wrap this up then. So this contaminant review, if I think my suggestion would be, I will gather some information from people here in the area and get their thoughts and everything. And from there, either I can talk to you about it some more. And if you all agree that this is a good idea, then the next step would be to write a prospectus. And then that has to be approved as well by the board. So no hurry.
One final thought, what you might think about too is narrowing it to a particular class of chemicals. That might make the scope more feasible. And a class that's really pertinent to the Delta.
Yeah, as I thought, I haven't really, gone to that level of detail in terms of thinking what is possible and what not. And even if you look at all the classes, there usually are a few really bad players, So you can kind of focus on those and look, okay, are they used in California? It's kind of that backwards approach that I talked about earlier. So, I mean, I'm definitely not going to look at each contaminant chemical by chemical by chemical. That is way too time and work intensive. Yeah. But, there's a lot of information out there on what chemicals are problematic. So, and you go from there. And
Anyway, I thought that might help streamline the.
I know, but I don't think it's going to be satisfying to just focusing on pesticides or just on this or just on that. Yeah. I mean, sorry. Yeah. Again, I would like to get input from the people who have been monitoring in this area for a while and see what their thoughts are and then go from there. All right, are there any public comments on this?
There are none.
All right. Are there any public comments for matters that are not on the agenda?
There are none.
So we can just, I can just give a little preview of what's in store for upcoming Delta ISB meetings. So for the May meeting, perhaps we're going to have a presentation on the Delta Plan 5-year review. And we can discuss the revised subsidence draft. See if it is ready for a 60-day public comment period after comments are addressed. For the June meeting, which both of these will be virtual. Again, if it doesn't happen in May, there will be a presentation on the Delta Plan 5-year reviews. There may be a presentation on harmful algal blooms, the final monitoring strategy for that one. And we can discuss public comments on the food web review. And we don't have any items for the July meeting, which also be virtual. So do you want to give us a review of items for follow-up, Edmund?
Yeah, and also for the record, no public comments on preparation for upcoming meetings. For the preparation, for the review of items for follow-up, Bob mentioned today that the ISB's food web review is out for public comments. Public comments are due on June 7th. ISB members are also welcome to submit additional comments at this time. Written comments for the Delta Conveyance Project EIR were due April 2nd, but a few ISB members are still in the process of reviewing and commenting. Today, it seems like the board is thinking about two potential products, one with a memo focusing on what's within and without, what comments related within the scope of an EIR and comments that are outside of the scope of an EIR. And then a separate document or a separate product could be comments related to CEQA at large. Any questions on that? For the subsidence review, the review leads will take into consideration the comments received today on the structure of the report, and then you may get a revised draft at a future public meeting to review. For decision-making under deep uncertainty, the board took action today to release the seminar synthesis for decision-making under deep uncertainty as an initial product. So the review leads will address comments from today and get that out. If board members also have individual edits, feel free to send them to me and we'll make sure those get incorporated. Towards the end of today, we talked about future reviews. Inga will take into consideration comments from today to further scope that out. We didn't get any other ideas for future reviews, but there's been interest in getting some additional briefing presentations from the latest scenarios to human demography, and also maybe something on ESA as well. So we'll continue to plan those out for future meetings to bring presentations to the board. That's all I have, and now happy to modify it with anything.
Yeah, so real quick, did I miss it? But I think I was tasked with seeing if we can use the long-term operations review for informing our response to the EIR. Did you mention that or?
I didn't do it yet. Yes, that's on our follow-up item list. I just did a high-level summary, but I'll make sure that's in the notes.
Well, you can leave it off.
Yeah,
that's okay.
And I also have that you'll send us the when it's released, you'll let us know and we'll circulate it to the board.
Okay.
The briefings, I think you mentioned demographics, but also includes climate scenarios. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, feel free to send me more details about your ideas, and then we'll make sure that we can have the appropriate presentation.
All right. Any more public comments?
None on this item.
All right, then I adjourn the meeting and thank you all for today, for all your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
And see you at dinner.